Chapter 209. Somewhere in Eternal Star City. It was in pain. This is an anti-theft stamp. I'll change it back later. PC readers can just refresh the page. Mobile readers can just long press on the table of contents to download again. Pirated readers can just open the Chidian or Genesis book page and start subscribing. I don't know how many people will listen. The air here was cold and moist. Its skin was wrinkled, its 6 limbs were weak, its abdomen was shriveled, its lips trembled, and its teeth were blunt. Only the darkness around it made it feel at ease. It raised its right hand and wanted to change its position, but it accidentally hit the metal cage. A sharp pain came from the surface of its skin that had just touched the metal. It opened its mouth and let out a meaningless howl of pain. This damned cage. The magic seal on it was rigorous, meticulous, comprehensive, perfect, and flawless. It was the standard product of the Alchemy Tower. It did not know if it was the work of the Confinement Research Institute or the Spell Laboratory. It was probably the former. In the extinct Alchemy Tower, this kind of magic cage with a single function was only studied by this faction that had been in decline for a long time. For example, the cage that was currently trapping him here. It had endured such days for an unknown period of time, and even its sense of time had become numb. It even suspected that if it continued like this, then one day, it would even completely forget its own name. It was fed once a month, given a fixed electric shock every month, and had to complete work all the time. Under such circumstances, it began to miss its main body. It still remembered the pain when it was cut off from the main body, and the heart-wrenching wails and screams that came from the main body's mind. Even many days and nights after that, even when it was its turn to be cut off, the pain was not comparable to the excruciating pain of being separated from the main body. It really wanted to return to its main body. If it remembered correctly, the main body should be locked up in the City of Triumph, the damn capital of the human empire. The country had obviously been torn apart, leaving only a small piece of territory. It was so weak, but that group of humans still shamelessly called themselves an empire. Did the weak not deserve to die? Thinking of this, its mind that was a little muddled because it did not know how long it had been locked up suddenly moved. By the way, has the main body not sent anything from the City of Triumph for some time? Whether it was letters or items, there was nothing. The mental connection between the main body and the main body seemed to have been broken for some time. Humans no longer used it. Impossible. It did not believe that those evil humans would let it or its host take a break. They would only endlessly squeeze out its value without knowing the bottom line. Did something happen to the main body? This thought flashed through its mind. No. Although the main body was also imprisoned, at least it was intact in the City of Triumph. The Empire knew its value, and the Imperial Prince had even tried to communicate with the main body, but how could the prideful main body respond to a lowly human's request for a trade? So they were still using itself to communicate. Although the Empire wasn't as powerful as it was in the past, the humans would definitely protect the main body. As long as Victorious Return wasn't destroyed overnight, the main body would be safe. One day, it would definitely return to its main body. At that time, it would once again be as powerful as it was in the past. Then, it had to carefully hide itself and strengthen itself. Most importantly, it had to find a way to restrain those mystics. It did not want to experience the humiliation of being captured and imprisoned as a slave a second time. Especially that damned mystic. Giza Streelman. If the human outside the cage had not mentioned this name recently, it would have almost forgotten about it. It gritted its teeth with hatred. In front of that mystic, the feeling of its flesh boiling and blood exploding, the feeling of groveling at the other person's feet was something it would never forget. At this moment, a familiar swelling sensation came from its abdomen. It's here. It thought. The humiliation of being a slave and being forced to work as a slave surged into its heart once again. It did not know which severed limb it would be this time. At the top of the metal cage, the bell rang violently and urgently. Asterisk clack. Asterisk the metal cage door opened. It used all its strength to roar at the cage door, trying to express its hatred and malice. The sharp pain of being pricked attacked it again. It knew that it had to leave the cage to complete the task, or else the pain would only become more intense. Just like hundreds and thousands of times in the past, it reluctantly climbed out of the cage with great difficulty. The sharp pain slowly subsided. Its abdomen wriggled, and the contents inside surged up its throat and reached its oral cavity. The swelling sensation gradually disappeared. It opened its mouth full of fangs and spat out a piece of paper in the darkness. Another piece of paper. It thought in annoyance, these stupid humans, can't they send something interesting over next time? The piece of paper was grabbed by a young man in a white robe and violently pulled out of its oral cavity. Rude humans. The sharp pain appeared again. It howled in pain, and at the same time, it knew that it should return to the cage. With a heart full of humiliation and pain, it climbed back into the cage. The pain disappeared. The young man lit a lamp. The dazzling light made it grimace, and it raised its claws to cover its 8 pairs of eyes. Light. The thing it hated the most. Fortunately, after the young man saw the piece of paper clearly, he immediately extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, in its field of vision, the young man in a white robe put down the piece of paper in his hand and spoke in a much more solemn voice than usual. Things are somewhat beyond our imagination. Oh! An old and hoarse voice rang. It remembered this voice. During the years when it was brought away from the City of Triumph, many humans were in charge of managing its cage, but this old voice seemed to have been in charge for a longer time. First, the prince was intercepted by Lampard at the border, but it seemed to be a daunting experience without any real danger. Now, the diplomat group is heading to Dragon Cloud City under Lampard's escort. You know that I don't care about this, the old and hoarse voice said faintly. What about that homicidal maniac? Giza Streelman did not follow our plan to surround Ramon with Blood Bottle Gang, even though we used various channels and hinted to them countless times about Ramon's importance to the Brotherhood, the young man said quietly. Giza Streelman. The nerves all over its body were stimulated by that familiar name again. My enemy. The Mystic. The enemy of life that rampaged through flesh and blood. What happened? The old and hoarse voice rang again. It made its public appearance. According to our informants in Broken Dragon Fortress, Giza seemed to have endangered Prince Thal's safety on the way, the young man said. The sound of a cane hitting the ground rang in the darkness. The old voice sounded doubtful. According to the previous report, wasn't the Night Queen the one who intercepted His Highness? Is that why she requested help from Broken Dragon Fortress? Yes, but the information has been updated. It seems that things have become a little more complicated. The young man raised his head and revealed a smile that no one could see clearly in the darkness. The Blood Mystic appeared for the Dark Night black coffin in the hands of the Blood Clansman. It opened its eyes abruptly. During the years when it was separated from its main body, it had experienced too much numbness and chaos, but its memories with its main body were still preserved in its mind. Dark Night, what a familiar term, where did I hear it before? There was silence. The old and hoarse voice did not reply. I remember that thing is on the list of legendary anti-mystic equipment, but judging from your reaction, it is indeed an extraordinary item, right? The young man in white raised his eyebrows. You know, if we send a message and arrange for manpower now, we might be able to intercept the Night Queen. The air in the darkness seemed to have frozen in an instant. Don't ask. That coffin is not something we can touch. After a while, the hoarse voice slowly rose. Be it the coffin itself or the item in the coffin. The young man frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. But in the end, he still nodded. After Giza was forced to retreat by the fortress flower with the supreme shield, she did not appear again, and Ramon was lured to Extet by us according to the original plan. The old figure slowly stood up. Very well. If Blood Bottle Gang still cannot find Ramon, we will remind them again, no matter what, we must lure the Blood Mystic over. In fact, this is the next thing I wanted to say, the young voice interrupted him. Your last test seems to have worked. The owner of the old voice, the Black Prophet Murat Hansen, slowly raised his head in the darkness. Although the Brotherhood's headquarters did not make any moves under our surveillance. Black Sword appeared at the border between the two countries. The young man curled his lips. I think he went to save Ramon. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with that Ramon, and his value to the Brotherhood is probably far beyond our imagination. There was another strange silence. Then, Murat's sinister laughter rang out slowly. He he he. The Black Prophet laughed softly. Heh, I was almost fooled by my own student and that old woman. There was a moment when I really wanted to dispel my suspicions about Ramon's identity and remove him from the blacklist. However, no matter how meticulous his disguise is, it is no match for your suspicion, which is even stronger than that of Broken Dragon Fortress, teacher. The young man in the white robe, Raphael Lindbergh, raised his head in the darkness and chuckled sarcastically. Release the news. Murat did not care about Raphael's mockery. He stopped smiling and said in a low voice, the prince should have already entered Extet, right? Raphael nodded. They are on the last stretch of the road in Black Sand region. Let Cora come back. The Black Prophet nodded and took a deep breath. Since he has completed his mission and successfully lured Ramon to the prince's diplomat group, Raphael crushed the paper in his hand and gently sprinkled it on a strange pattern on the ground. After the shredded paper came into contact with the pattern, they burned and disappeared in a bizarre manner. Do you want to proceed to the next step? The young man asked flatly. Yes, it is time to send a big gift to the secret room and the Brotherhood. The Black Prophet tapped his cane. Get ready to depart. This is your first big test before you take over as the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Make sure that Black Sword and Giza enter Dragon Cloud City at the same time and discover Ramon. Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black Sword against the Blood Mystic. It will definitely be a big scene. Murat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are in charge of luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. It is secondary whether the scene is big or not, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael smiled, but he said in his heart. Treat it as Constellation's return gift to Extet. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed emotionally. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, with the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years, Murat thought. Since Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to appear. It is time for the Brotherhood and the hand behind it to pay the price. Everything is for the stability of Constellation, is it not? Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black Sword against the Blood Mystic. It will definitely be a big scene. Murat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are in charge of luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. It is secondary whether the scene is big or not, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael smiled, but he said in his heart. Treat it as Constellation's return gift to Extet. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed emotionally. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, with the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years, Marat thought. Since Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to appear. It is time for the Brotherhood and the hand behind it to pay the price. Everything is for the stability of Constellation, is it not? Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black sword against the Blood Mystic. It will definitely be a big scene. Marat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are in charge of luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. The scene is secondary, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael smiled, but he said in his heart. Treat it as Constellation's return gift to Extet. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, with the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years, Marat thought. Since Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to appear. It is time for the Brotherhood and the hand behind it to pay the price. Everything is for the stability of Constellation, is it not? Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black sword against the Blood Mystic. It will definitely be a big scene. Marat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are responsible for luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. The scene is secondary, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael smiled, but he said in his heart. Treat it as Constellation's return gift to Extet. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, with the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years, Marat thought. Since Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to show up. It's time for the Brotherhood and the hand behind it to pay the price. Everything is for the stability of Constellation, is it not? Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black sword against the Blood Mystic. It will definitely be a big scene. Marat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are responsible for luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael curled up the corner of his mouth. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. The scene is secondary, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael smiled, but he said in his heart. Treat it as Constellation's return gift to Extet. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, with the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years, Marat thought. Since Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to show up. It's time for the Brotherhood and the hand behind it to pay the price. Chapter 210. Somewhere in Eternal Star City. It was in pain. Guard against theft. No rush. I'll change it back when I wake up. The air here was cold and moist. Its skin was wrinkled, its limbs were weak, its abdomen was shriveled, its lips trembled, and its teeth were blunt. Only the darkness around it made it feel at ease. It raised its right hand, wanting to change its position, but inadvertently hit the metal cage. A sharp pain came from the surface of its skin that had just touched the metal. It opened its mouth and let out a meaningless howl of pain. This damned cage. The magic seal on it was rigorous, meticulous, comprehensive, perfect, and flawless. It was the standard product of the Alchemy Tower. It did not know if it was the work of the Confinement Research Institute or the Spell Laboratory. It was probably the former. In the extinct Alchemy Tower, only this faction that had been in decline for a long time would study this kind of magic cage with a single function. For example, the cage that was currently trapping him here. It did not know how long it had endured such days, and even its sense of time had become numb. It even suspected that if it went on like this, one day, it would even forget its own name. It was fed once a month, given a fixed electric shock every month, and had to complete work all the time. Under such circumstances, it began to miss its main body. It still remembered the pain when it was cut off from the main body, and the heart-wrenching wails and screams from the main body's mind. Even many days and nights after that, even when it was its turn to be cut off, the pain was not comparable to the excruciating pain of being separated from the main body. It really wanted to return to its main body. If it remembered correctly, the main body should be locked up in the City of Triumph, the damn capital of the human empire. The country had obviously been torn apart, leaving only a small piece of territory. It was so weak, but that group of humans still shamelessly called themselves an empire. Didn't the weak deserve to die? Thinking of this, its mind, which was a little muddled because it did not know how long it had been locked up, suddenly moved. That's right, hasn't it been a while since the main body sent anything over from Victoria City? Whether it was letters or items, there was nothing. The mental connection between the main body and the main body seemed to have been broken for some time. Humans no longer used it. Impossible. It did not believe that those evil humans would let it or the main body take a break. They would only endlessly squeeze its value without knowing the bottom line. Did something happen to the main body? This thought flashed through its mind. No. Although the main body was also imprisoned, at least it was intact in the City of Triumph. The Empire knew its value, and the Imperial Prince had even tried to communicate with the main body, but how could the prideful main body respond to a lowly human's request for a trade? So they were still using itself to communicate. Although the Empire wasn't as powerful as it was in the past, the humans would definitely protect the main body. As long as Victorious Return wasn't destroyed overnight, the main body would be safe. One day, it would definitely return to its main body. At that time, it would once again be as powerful as it was in the past. Then, it had to carefully hide itself and strengthen itself. Most importantly, it had to find a way to restrain those mystics. It did not want to experience the humiliation of being captured and imprisoned as a slave a second time. Especially that damned mystic. Giza Streelman. If the human outside the cage door had not mentioned this name recently, it would have almost forgotten about it. It gritted its teeth with a heart full of hatred. It would never forget the feeling of its flesh boiling and exploding in front of the mystic, the feeling of groveling at the mystic's feet. At this moment, a familiar swelling sensation came from its abdomen. It's here. It thought. The humiliation of being a slave and being forced to work and be driven away again surged into its heart. It did not know which limb it was this time. The bell at the top of the metal cage rang violently in a timely manner. Asterisk clack. The metal cage door opened. It used all its strength to roar at the cage door, trying to express its hatred and malice. The sharp pain came again, as if it was being pricked. It knew that it had to get out of the cage to complete the task, or else the pain would only get worse. Just like hundreds and thousands of times in the past, it reluctantly climbed out of the cage with great difficulty. The sharp pain slowly subsided. Its abdomen squirmed, and the contents inside surged up its throat and reached its mouth. The swelling sensation gradually disappeared. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spat out a piece of paper in the darkness. Another piece of paper. It thought in annoyance, these stupid humans, can't they send something interesting next time? A young man in a white robe grabbed the piece of paper and pulled it out of its mouth roughly. Rude humans. The sharp pain came again, and it howled in pain. At the same time, it knew that it should return to the cage. With a heart full of humiliation and pain, it climbed back into the cage. The pain disappeared. The young man lit a lamp, and the dazzling light made it grimace. It raised its claws to cover its 8 pairs of eyes. Light. It hated the most. Fortunately, after the young man saw the piece of paper clearly, he immediately extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, in its field of vision, the young man in a white robe put down the piece of paper in his hand. He spoke in a much more solemn voice than usual. Things are somewhat beyond our imagination. Oh! An old and hoarse voice rang. It remembered this voice. During the years when it was brought away from the City of Triumph, many humans were in charge of managing its cage, but this old voice seemed to have been in charge for a longer time. First, the prince was intercepted by Lampard at the border, but it seemed to be a daunting experience, and now the diplomat group is heading to Dragon Cloud City under Lampard's escort. You know, I don't care about this, the old and hoarse voice said faintly. What about that homicidal maniac? Giza Streelman did not go with Blood Bottle Gang to besiege Ramon according to our plan, even though we used various channels and hinted to them countless times about Ramon's importance to the Brotherhood, the young man said quietly. Giza Streelman. All the nerves in its body were stimulated by that familiar name again. My enemy. The mystic. The enemy of life that runs amok in flesh and blood. What happened? The old and hoarse voice rang again. She made a public appearance. According to our informants in Broken Dragon Fortress, Giza seemed to have endangered His Highness' safety on the way, the young man said. The sound of a cane hitting the ground rang in the darkness. The old voice sounded doubtful. According to the previous report, wasn't the Night Queen the one who intercepted His Highness? Is that why she requested help from Broken Dragon Fortress? Yes, but the information has been updated. It seems that things have become a little more complicated. The young man raised his head and revealed a smile that no one could see clearly in the darkness. The blood mystic appeared for the dark night black coffin in the hands of the blood clansman. It opened its eyes abruptly. Even though it had experienced too much numbness and chaos during the years when it was separated from its main body, its memories with its main body still remained in its mind. Dark night, what a familiar term, where have I heard it before? There was silence. The old and hoarse voice did not reply. I remember that thing is on the list of legendary anti-mystic equipment, but judging from your reaction, it is indeed an extraordinary item, right? The young man in white raised his eyebrows. You know, if we send a message and arrange for manpower now, we might be able to intercept the Night Queen. The air in the darkness seemed to have frozen in an instant. Don't ask. That coffin is not something we can touch. After a while, the hoarse voice slowly rang. Be it the coffin itself or the item in it. The young man frowned and revealed a puzzled expression. But in the end, he still nodded. After Giza was forced to retreat by the fortress flower with the supreme shield, she did not appear again, and according to the original plan, Ramon was lured to Extet by us. The old figure slowly stood up. Very well. If Blood Bottle Gang still cannot find Ramon, we will remind them again, no matter what, we must lure the Blood Mystic over. In fact, this is the next thing I wanted to say, the young voice interrupted him. Your last test seems to have worked. The owner of the old voice, the Black Prophet, Murat Hansen, slowly raised his head in the darkness. Even though the Brotherhood's headquarters did not make any moves under our surveillance. But Black Sword appeared at the border between the two countries. The young man curled his lips. I think he went to save Ramon. It seems that there is indeed something wrong with that Ramon. And his value to the Brotherhood is probably far beyond our imagination. There was another strange silence. Then, Murat's sinister laughter slowly rang out. He. The Black Prophet laughed softly. Heh, I was almost deceived by my own student and that old woman. There was a moment when I really wanted to dispel my suspicions about Ramon's identity and remove him from the blacklist. But no matter how meticulous the disguise is, it is no match for your suspicions that are stronger than those of Broken Dragon Fortress, teacher. The young man in the white robe, Raphael Lindbergh, raised his head in the darkness and chuckled sarcastically. Let the news out. Murat did not care about Raphael's mockery. He stopped smiling and said in a low voice, the prince should have already entered Ekstedt, right? Raphael nodded. They are on the last stretch of the road in Black Sand region. Let Cora come back. The Black Prophet nodded and took a deep breath. Since he has completed his mission and successfully lured Ramon to the prince's diplomat group, Raphael crushed the paper in his hand and gently sprinkled it on a strange pattern on the ground. After the shredded paper came into contact with the pattern, they burned and disappeared in a bizarre manner. Do you want to proceed to the next step? The young man asked flatly. Yes, it is time to send a big gift to the secret room and the Brotherhood. The Black Prophet tapped his cane. Get ready to depart. This is your first big test before you take over as the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Make sure that Black Sword and Giza enter Dragon Cloud City at the same time and find Ramon. Raphael flashed a bright smile. Black Sword against the Blood Mystic. I'm sure it will be a big scene. Murat took a deep breath and sat down again. What an exciting scene. So you are in charge of luring away the two legendary anti-mystic equipment in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael's lips curled up. A fearless mystic in the capital of a country. It is secondary whether the scene is big or not, but it will definitely be ugly. Are you sure you want to do this? Especially, to all the intelligence agencies, he is a notorious homicidal maniac. Raphael had a smile on his face, but he said in his heart. Treat it as Constellation's return gift to Ekstedt. Avenge the losses that His Majesty and I have suffered over the past few months. The Black Prophet sighed emotionally. After all, this is also to more efficiently deal with the threat of the Blood Mystic. I really want to see how that old woman in Dragon Cloud City is going to deal with such a situation. Also, Murat thought. With the tacit approval of the kingdom's secret intelligence department, the Black Street Brotherhood has been in the limelight for too many years. Since the Blood Bottle Gang has been dealt a heavy blow, Asda and Giza have been forced to appear. It is time for the Brotherhood and the hand behind it to pay the price. Everything is for the stability of Constellation, isn't it? Somewhere in Eternal Star City. It was in pain. The air here was cold and moist. Its skin was wrinkled, its 6 limbs were weak, its abdomen was shriveled, its lips trembled, and its teeth were blunt. Only the darkness around it made it feel at ease. It raised its right hand, wanting to change its lying position, but inadvertently bumped into the metal cage. A sharp pain came from the surface of its skin that had just come into contact with the metal. It opened its mouth and let out a meaningless howl of pain. This damned cage. The magical seal on it was rigorous, meticulous, comprehensive, perfect, and flawless. It was the standard product of the Alchemy Tower. It was not known whether it was the work of the Confinement Research Institute or the Spell Laboratory. It was probably the former. In the extinct alchemy tower, only this faction, which had been on the decline for a long time, would study this kind of single-function magical cage. For example, the cage that was currently trapping it here. It did not know how long it had endured such days. Even its sense of time had become numb. It even suspected that if it went on like this, one day, it would even forget its own name. It was fed food once a month, given a fixed electric shock every month, and had to complete work all the time. Under such circumstances, it began to miss its main body. Even now, it still remembered the pain when it was cut from its main body, and the heart-wrenching wails and screams that came from the main body's thoughts. Even for many days and nights after that, even when it was its turn to be cut, the pain was not comparable to the excruciating pain when it was first separated from its main body. It really wanted to return to its main body. If I remember correctly, the main body should be locked up in the City of Triumph, the damned capital of the human empire. The country had obviously been torn apart, leaving only a small piece of territory. It was so weak, but that group of humans still shamelessly called themselves the Empire. Don't the weak deserve to die? When it thought of this, its mind, which was a little muddled because it did not know how long it had been locked up, suddenly had a thought. That's right, has the main body not sent anything from the City of Triumph for some time? There was nothing, whether it was letters or items. The connection between its thoughts and the main body seemed to have been broken for some time. Humans no longer use it. Impossible. It did not believe that those evil humans would let it or the main body take a break. They would only endlessly, without knowing the bottom line, squeeze its value dry. Did something happen to the main body? This thought flashed through its mind. No. Although the main body is also in prison, at least it is intact in the City of Triumph. The Empire knows its value. The Prince of the Empire even tried to communicate with the main body. But how could the proud main body respond to the lowly human's request for a trade? So, they are still using itself to communicate. Although the Empire is not as strong as it used to be, those humans will definitely protect the main body. As long as the City of Triumph is not destroyed overnight, the main body will be safe. One day, it will definitely return to the main body. At that time, it will be strong again, just like in the past. After that, it had to carefully hide itself and strengthen itself. Most importantly, it had to find a way to restrain those mystics. It did not want to experience the humiliation of being captured and imprisoned as a slave a second time. Especially that damned mystic. Giza Streelman. If the human outside the cage had not mentioned this name recently, it would have almost forgotten about it. It gritted its teeth with hatred. In front of that mystic, the feeling of its flesh and blood boiling and exploding, the feeling of groveling at the other person's feet was something it would never forget for the rest of its life. At this moment, a familiar swelling sensation came from its abdomen. It's here. It thought. The humiliation of being a slave and being forced to work as a slave surged into its heart again. It did not know which limb it was this time. At the top of the metal cage, the bell rang violently at the right time. Asterisk clack. Asterisk the metal cage door opened. It used all its strength to roar at the cage door, trying to express its hatred and malice. The sharp pain of being pricked came again. It knew that it had to get out of the cage to complete the task, or else the pain would only get worse. Just like hundreds and thousands of times in the past, it reluctantly climbed out of the cage with great difficulty. The sharp pain slowly subsided. Its abdomen squirmed, and the thing inside surged up its throat and reached its mouth. The swelling sensation gradually disappeared. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and spat out a piece of paper in the darkness. Another piece of paper. It thought in annoyance, these stupid humans, can't they send something interesting over next time? A young man in a white robe grabbed the piece of paper and pulled it out of its mouth roughly. Rude humans. The sharp pain appeared again. It howled in pain, and at the same time, it knew that it should return to the cage. With a heart full of humiliation and pain, it climbed back into the cage. The pain disappeared. The young man lit a lamp, and the glaring light made it grimace. It raised its claws to cover its 8 pairs of eyes. Light. It hated it the most. Fortunately, after the young man saw the piece of paper clearly, he immediately extinguished the lamp. In the darkness, the young man in a white robe put down the piece of paper in his hand and spoke in a much more solemn voice than usual. Latest information from the fortress. Things are somewhat beyond our imagination. Oh. An old and hoarse voice rose. It remembered this voice. During the years when it was brought away from the City of Triumph, many humans were in charge of managing its cage, but this old voice seemed to have been in charge for a longer time. First, the prince was intercepted by Lampard at the border, but it seemed to be a daunting experience without any real danger. Now, the diplomat group is heading to Dragon Cloud City under Lampard's escort. You know that I don't care about this, the old and hoarse voice said faintly. What about that homicidal maniac? Giza Streelman did not follow our plan to surround Ramon with Blood Bottle Gang, even though we used various channels and hinted to them countless times about Ramon's importance to the Brotherhood, the young man said quietly. Giza Streelman. The nerves all over its body were stimulated by that familiar name again. My enemy. The mystic. The enemy of life that rampaged through flesh and blood. What happened? The old and hoarse voice rose again. It made its public appearance. According to our informants in Broken Dragon Fortress, Giza seemed to have endangered Prince Thal's safety on the way, the young man said. The sound of a staff hitting the ground rose in the darkness. The old voice asked doubtfully, according to the previous report, wasn't the Night Queen the one who intercepted His Highness? Is that why she asked for help from Broken Dragon Fortress? Yes, but the information has been updated. It seems that things have become a little more complicated. The young man raised his head and revealed a smile that no one could see clearly in the darkness. The Blood Mystic appeared for the Dark Knight Black Coffin in the hands of the Blood Clan. It opened its eyes suddenly. Although it had experienced too much numbness and chaos during the years when it was separated from its main body, its memories with its main body were still preserved in its mind. Dark Knight, what a familiar term, where did I hear it before? There was silence. The old and hoarse voice did not reply. I remember that thing is on the list of legendary anti-mystic equipment, but judging from your reaction, it is indeed an extraordinary item, right? The young man in white raised his eyebrows. You know, if we send a message and arrange for manpower now, we might be able to intercept the Night Queen. The air in the darkness seemed to freeze in an instant. Chapter 2:11. The others stared blankly at the terrifying black hole on Raphael's arm and listened to the Black Prophet's voice that sounded as if it was right next to their ears. They could not react at all. Thal's thoughts stopped at the brand on Raphael's arm and the unknown thing beneath it. Little Rascal held on tightly to his arm, trembling slightly. She did not even dare to look at the black hole. Waya stood in front of Thales with an unpleasant expression. He subconsciously pressed down on the single-edged sword at his waist. Ralph's expression was hidden under the half-mask, but his twitching eyebrows explained everything. Cohen widened his eyes in shock at his old friend's strange behavior. Miranda stared fixedly at Raphael's arm, her breathing erratic. Communication type, flying squirrel. Raphael seemed very weak. He straightened his body with a pale face and used his eyes to signal for the others to calm down. At the same time, he spoke to the strange black hole on his arm in a language that no one else could understand. The white glove is stained with blood. The double-edged spear is broken. Thales frowned slightly. Is this a secret signal? As soon as Raphael's voice fell, the cell instantly fell silent. Suddenly, the sharp teeth around the black hole wriggled. Almost everyone held their breaths. Waya was so nervous that he even unsheathed his sword. In the next moment, the distant but clear voice once again came from Raphael's arm as the black hole moved. "Who's there?" The Black Prophet's voice was cold. Raphael raised his head. The second prince and his entourage. Raphael's red eyes glanced at the prince and the people behind him. Then, he glanced at Cohen and Miranda. His gaze was complicated. "And the two people I mentioned earlier." The black hole fell silent again. "His Highness." Raphael's breathing calmed down. The weakness he felt when he opened the black hole on his arm seemed to have disappeared without a trace. "He wants to know dragon's blood." Thales suppressed the nausea he felt at the sight of the disgusting black hole with sharp teeth. Ever since he got to know the blood mystic, his resistance to nausea had greatly increased. The prince panted, frowned and raised his head. "What exactly is this?" He could not see anything inside the black hole. There was only a bottomless darkness, but Thales knew that it was definitely not Raphael's arm or flesh. Under the dim light, the prince stared at the black hole in disbelief and asked the question on everyone's mind, "Is that Marat's voice?" Raphael gave him a deep look but did not speak. What answered him was the wriggling black hole. "Your Highness, do you know who I am?" A hoarse voice traveled into his ears, but the person he was talking to was someone else. Everyone turned to look at the second prince. Raphael nodded at him and aimed the black hole on his arm at Thales. Thales did not look at the black hole. Instead, he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. He cleared his mind of all distracting thoughts and forgot about the unpleasant encounter in Mindy's hall. "Of course, Lord Hanson." Thales opened his eyes and calmly said to the black hole, "It left a deep impression on me. I dare not forget it." The others looked at this scene with different expressions. The black hole wriggled again. Marat's hoarse and aged laughter came from inside. "Don't be nervous, Your Highness. I am not by your side." The Black Prophet's voice was like a venomous snake's hissing, making people uneasy. "Of course, you can also pretend that I am by your side, if that makes you feel at ease." Thales flashed an awkward and ugly smile. Even though he did not know if the Black Prophet could see it. "So, what do you want to know?" The Black Prophet said slowly. 15 minutes, Raphael reminded him quietly. "Don't forget about their next patrol." "What do I want to know?" Thales clenched his fists slightly. His brain worked quickly. Scenes flashed before his eyes. Everything. He raised his head and said without hesitation, "About Lampard's operation this time, about King Nuvan's death, I want to know everything the Secret Intelligence Department knows." A chuckle came from the black hole. Cohen and Miranda looked at each other, their expressions extremely uncomfortable. "All right." Finally, the Black Prophet's voice became clear, even though it was still unpleasant. "Where should I start?" Thales did not speak. He was waiting for Marat. There's a good time," the Black Prophet said softly on the other end of the line, "the bloody year." Hearing that term again, Thales felt his heart begin to pound again. Miranda and Raphael looked up at the same time. They exchanged a silent glance, reading emotions that only they could understand. During Constellation's most difficult time, a count from Black Sand region brought Extet's letter of credence, or rather, a declaration of war. The Black Prophet's voice was as hoarse and unpleasant as ever, but it was strangely calm. That count had just risen to fame in Northland. He followed the traditional and cruel Northland tradition, stepped over his brother's corpse, and seized the right to inherit the Archduke of Black Sand region. Thales felt Little Rascal's grip on his hand tighten slightly. When he announced Nuvan's request to the entire court, when the Great Dragon and Constellation's war was inevitable, Marat continued, the late king detained the envoy from Extet. As the heir of Black Sand region, he was presumably very suitable as a bargaining chip in the war. Thales clenched his fists slightly. The story that Lampard told in the carriage was cut short on the day he went on a diplomatic mission to Constellation. But the prince did not expect that he could actually hear the continuation from the Black Prophet. The Black Prophet continued, however, a wise prince, after combining it with the Secret Intelligence Department's investigation, concluded that Dragon Cloud City's goal was to use us to execute Chapman Lampard. King Nuvan probably hated his nephew, who killed his brother. Thales's eyebrows twitched. A wise prince? So, after a secret conversation, Chapman Lampard successfully escaped with his subordinate's rescue. The Black Prophet let out a terrifying laugh, as though he was enjoying this memory. Prince Midir told me that he saw something unusual in the young Count Lampard's eyes. Midir Jade Star. Thales extracted this name from his memory, the late king's eldest son and crown prince, his uncle. Unusual? Thales frowned slightly. You mean Lampard's hatred towards Nuvan VII, the Walton family, and Dragon Cloud City? Morat's emotionless snort came from the black hole. It seemed to be mocking, but also sarcastic. Since ancient times, every archduke in Extet has hated the person sitting on the common elected throne. It's not necessarily the Walton family, nor is it necessarily Lampard, the Black Prophet said hoarsely, but why Chapman? I think Prince Midir has his own reasons. A seed was planted and grew in the dark for 12 years. Morat seemed to be lamenting, even though Midir can no longer see it. Thales tensed up. Wait, the Secret Intelligence Department and Lampard have been in contact since 12 years ago? The second prince looked up in shock. Then, why didn't you stop his plot to assassinate Mariah and prevent the war crisis between the two countries in the beginning? And Broken Dragon Fortress, he was interrupted by the Black Prophet. Contact? You've misunderstood. The hoarse voice in the black hole snorted. Lampard has always been independent and free. The Secret Intelligence Department neither bribed nor controlled him. That was the least effective method. This is a tacit understanding. We didn't contact each other for as long as 12 years. We turned a blind eye to each other. But when the time came, we opened our eyes together from our hibernation and saw each other in the boundless darkness. The Black Prophet's words became colder and colder. At that moment, Thales even felt that the other side of the black hole was a ferocious beast hunting for food. No, it's a venomous snake. In the dark cell, Thales stared blankly at the black hole in Raphael's hand. He did not say a word. Opposite him, Cohen let out a long sigh. There was a look of displeasure on his face. Damned conspiracy, the police officer muttered in a low voice. No one paid attention to him. Everyone was listening to the Black Prophet. Your Highness, ever since your identity was established, especially after you were assassinated under Broken Dragon Fortress, Lampard and Poffert's plot to break Wall's monopoly on the throne has been exposed. Morat let out a cold laugh from the other side of the black hole. The kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department knew that the time had come. Thales bit his lower lip and exhaled. Since then, you knew that it was Poffert's doing? You also knew about Lampard's plan? The Black Prophet sneered, but did not answer. The one who answered him was Raphael. No, we don't care about the truth or the details. The young man from the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department held his right arm and quietly stared at the hideous black hole on his arm. What we care about is very simple and very pure. That is the fact that Extet is unstable. That's right. We're not only working with Lampard, Raphael said softly with his head lowered and an indecipherable expression on his face, we're also providing him with help only once, which is also the most crucial part of his plan. Miranda stared at him with an unfathomable expression. Thales closed his eyes and gulped. Then, with great difficulty, he spat out the word, calamity. Raphael nodded. Not long before you left for the diplomatic mission, Raphael raised his head and all the emotions on his face disappeared without a trace. Raphael raised his head. An old gang related to the Mystics suffered a crushing defeat in the capital, where they were almost completely wiped out. Because of this crushing defeat, the Blood Calamity, which had disappeared for many years, was forced to reappear. The Black Prophet's laughter rang again. Perfect timing, perfect chess pieces. Morat heaved a profound sigh, as though he was admiring and appreciating a piece of art. And the perfect executor. For Chapman Lampard, there is no better help than this. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The Black Prophet's laughter rang again. We fabricated some information, the master of the kingdom's secret intelligence department said with great interest from the other side of the black hole. We threw out a half-truth bait, which was enough to lure the blood mystic north. Ramon, I remember that the person Blood Bottle Gang is after is him. Thales snapped out of his daze and said with sudden realization, so, he didn't join my team by chance, did he? Raphael gave him a smile that was almost as good as non-existent. Just like that, we lured the blood mystic into Dragon Cloud City, the Black Prophet said flatly. This chess piece has been set up and is only waiting for the qualified person to activate it. Little Rascal let out a terrified whimper. Thales knew what she remembered. The qualified person, activated. Thales remembered the scene of Black Sword charging towards the blood mystic without hesitation. But, lured into Dragon Cloud City, activated? Thales muttered to himself. Thales clenched his fists. The scene of countless people struggling, wailing, crying in Shield District, and dying powerlessly from suffocation or being trapped by tentacles flashed before his eyes. He remembered his and Little Rascal's desperate escape. Behind them, there were countless corpses lying dead in every corner. Chess piece? Thales gritted his teeth and raised his head. You treat that kind of calamity as a chess piece? The second prince suppressed the displeasure in his heart. What gives you the confidence to think that you can control the legendary calamity and the power to destroy the world? Raphael turned and glanced at him. Confidence? Raphael snorted coldly. In all the recorded history, no matter how powerful the power, or how terrifying the existence, or even those monsters who can shatter the continent with a single thought, they are just noise for a moment, and smoke that passes by in the blink of an eye. No one has ever conquered everything with power. Raphael raised his hand and pointed at his head. So you don't have to blindly believe in power. This is the confidence of the Secret Intelligence Department. In front of a truly powerful person, even a calamity is just a chess piece. Thales shuddered violently. A truly powerful person, Thales raised his head. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Who told you these words? Raphael's eyelids twitched. He stared at Thales. But the young man still said quietly, my teacher. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Go on, Miranda said. Her cold voice was especially prominent in the prison cell. How do you plan to use it, that calamity? The Black Prophet let out a low, hoarse laugh again. Last night, we activated the blood calamity as planned. Raphael took over the Black Prophet's words. King Nuvan soon received the news, a legendary monster is wreaking havoc in his city. Raphael glanced at the people around him, his tone returning to its previous indifference. This is all our work, to achieve two goals. First, to lure away and transfer away two powerful legendary anti-mystic equipment, he said coldly. Cohen frowned slightly. Lure away? Away from the calamity? Raphael looked at his old friend and revealed a mysterious smile. No, the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said softly. Lure away from King Nuvan. Thales shuddered. He remembered the spear-wielding man and Nicholas when Black Sword brought him into the battlefield. They were all deliberately lured away, Raphael explained softly, the Soul Slayer pike, which can kill with one blow, and the Severing Soul's blade, which can create an absolute barrier, will be a great obstacle for the assassin to deal with Nuvan. What about the second goal? Miranda asked coldly. Raphael turned around and looked at the swordswoman beside him. This time, there was something indescribable in his eyes. Second, We also used the calamity to completely separate Nuven from the heavy protection of the army and guards, he continued, looking into Miranda's eyes. The more enemies there are, the stronger the blood mystic becomes. To deal with it, we have to give up our advantage in numbers. Raphael shifted his gaze away from Miranda and focused his eyes slowly. As we expected, King Nuven ordered a curfew in the city without waiting for us to remind him. He ordered for the people to be evacuated, the patrols to be transferred away, and the militia to be strictly prohibited. The Black Prophet sighed faintly from the other side of the black hole. Thales could tell that it was a heartfelt sigh. In the past 30 years of his reign, King Nuven has never been as weak as he was last night. Away from the protection of the army and armed forces, Raphael said softly. Leave the rest to Lampard. His voice faded away. The prison cell returned to silence. Cohen, who could no longer hold it in, opened his mouth in disbelief. This is the truth behind the calamity's arrival in Dragon Cloud City? The police officer gritted his teeth. Thinking of the hardy big leather belt, he said hatefully, so many people died? They paid such a huge price, just for, Raphael interrupted him. We racked our brains to lure the calamity to Dragon Cloud City. Of course, it's not so childish as to let it cause some trouble. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department snorted coldly. Our goal was clear from the beginning, Nuven's death. Cohen lowered his head and clenched his fists. His expression was indecipherable. The Black Prophet's words appeared again. With the help of an Archduke of Extet, we overthrew the common elected king's throne. For the first time in history, a Northland Archduke killed a sitting king. Rikuru's joint ruling pledge has never been trampled on so severely. Behind him, Thales felt Little Rascal shrink slightly. He did not know whether it was out of fear or pain. From now on, Extet will be plunged into endless chaos. The blood of the mighty great dragon spilled over Northland, dying. The dragon's wings that soared through the sky fell to the ground, never to rise again. Murat sighed softly, as if he was recalling the glorious years of the past. This is the top-secret plan that the Secret Intelligence Department has been working on for the past 12 years, starting from Prince Midir's idea during the Bloody Year. Chapter 212. No one spoke. There was dead silence in the prison cell. Any other questions? The Black Prophet's cold voice rang out. No one answered. Until a crisp, childish male voice rang out. Yes. Everyone's gaze once again converged on Thales. But he did not speak immediately. Thales heaved a long sigh. He looked exhausted, as if he was hesitating, or deep in thought. After a while, the second prince's voice rang out with difficulty. His Majesty. Did he know about this plan? Before I left for the north? The Black Prophet did not speak. But Thales already understood. So, the rumors are not wrong. Thales raised his head with a gloomy expression and looked around at the crowd. His gaze paused slightly on Little Rascal, who was at a loss. The Constellations colluded with the calamities and murdered King Nuven in an attempt to cause civil strife in Extet. A sense of helplessness overwhelmed him. Why? The image of the old, tired, but powerful, white-haired king flashed before Thales' eyes. He was dispirited. If it was to ensure that Extet would not invade Constellation, then I could have achieved it through diplomatic mediation. In fact, we have already achieved it. In his vision, Little Rascal lowered her head. Her expression could not be seen clearly. There was only endless silence on the other side of the black hole. Raphael did not bother to hide his faint smile. Just a few hours ago. Thales looked dejected. His eyes were in a daze. It was as if he could see the king's head rolling to the ground again. King Nuven proposed to form an alliance with us. His tone was gloomy and hoarse, as if he wanted to incorporate the suffering and torture of the past few days into his words. The Walton family and the Jade Star family. We helped him keep the feudal vassals in check and maintain the existence of the Walton family after King Nuvan's death. In exchange, he would do his best to maintain the peace between the two countries and give us time to recuperate, Thales said weakly. He felt a headache and his mind was in a mess. The predicament brought about by Mariah's death has been easily resolved, and now, Waya opened his mouth in shock. Cohen was slightly startled, and then seemed to be deep in thought. Miranda remained silent, her expression cold. Thales closed his eyes and let out a long sigh, which was filled with fatigue and exhaustion. Now, everything that King Nuvan said was gone with the wind and clouds after his death. Calamities, Lampard, assassination. The disaster of Shield District. Damn it all. The strange black hole on Raphael's arm trembled. He-ha-ha, what answered Thales was the Black Prophet's cold and hoarse laughter. The laughter continued for several seconds. Thales started to frown. Put away your pointless naivety, Your Highness. You are not like this in the Hall of Stars. Finally, Marat's laughter turned into cold words that echoed faintly in the empty prison cell. Do you really think that we will rely on your diplomatic mission to create a miracle and put an end to the war? As he listened to the Black Prophet's mocking words, Thales took a deep breath and held back the impulse and anger in his heart. The problem was already solved, he said through gritted teeth. With Dragon Cloud City's power, Extet and Constellation could have coexisted peacefully. Solve it? The Black Prophet interrupted him. Of course. The genius prince used superb means to persuade King Nuvan to stop causing trouble for Constellation, the Black Prophet said flatly. His words were full of what Thales heard as a lame and unpleasant mockery. The two countries that were on friendly terms welcomed peace from then on. How long? The head of the Secret Intelligence Department changed the topic. 5 years? 10 years? Or 15 years? Thales exhaled impatiently. With an extremely uncomfortable rhythm, the Black Prophet's cold laughter rang out slowly. Your Highness, do you really think that an alliance between the two families can maintain the peace between the two countries? Do you think that the great dragon's ambition and greed can be dispelled by the prince waving his hand at Dragon Cloud City on horseback and nodding to the archdukes in the secret chamber? The Black Prophet's voice suddenly rose. There was a hint of solemnity and sternness in his words. Even Tormund and Riker couldn't do this 600 years ago. Thales was slightly startled. Do you know how many times King Nuvan dreamed of planting the Red Dragon flag on Broken Dragon Fortress in the past 30 years and bringing the northern territory of Constellation under the rule of extensions? The words of the head of the Secret Intelligence Department were like a venomous snake's tongue, hissing and making people feel inexplicably terrified. It's been 12 years. From the king to the archdukes, from the nobles to the commoners in Extet, they dream of going south again. The Black Prophet sneered. The 3 archdukes have never stopped provoking us at the border. Dragon Cloud City has been testing us every year. Why do you think Prince Mariah went to Constellation as an envoy? Cohen lowered his eyelids and added silently in his heart, revise the fortress treaty. Thales stared at the strange black hole on Raphael's arm without saying a word. They are not nameless pawns. The Black Prophet's words came slowly from the black hole on the young man's arm. They are Northlanders. They are born to wield swords in battle. They are Northlanders who have been famous since the uncivilized era. You better remember this for the rest of your life, Your Highness. They have the ancient Northland customs of joining the army and killing the enemy as their pride. They have strong bodies honed in the cold and hardships. They have a tenacious army forged with blood and honor. They have the hunters and commoners who can draw their winter pine longbows halfway without training. They have the invincible heavy cavalry who are good at charging with mystic guns and spears. They have the glacier sentinels and white blade guards who dare to fight the orcs head-on. They also have the enlisted soldiers who have no complaints about serving and sacrificing themselves. They can travel dozens of miles in a day with just a few pieces of bread. They have the elite standing army who undergo training 3 times a year and can withstand 70% casualties without collapsing. There was a chilling aura in Marat's words. They are born for war. Hearing all this, Miranda's expression grew colder. Recalling the battles of the past 3 years, she slowly clenched her fists. The Black Prophet paused for a second. The lights in the prison seemed to have dimmed, casting everyone's faces in shadow. Thales pursed his lips. But, the Black Prophet did not let him continue. Little Prince, have you seen the war 12 years ago? The Black Prophet's words made Miranda, who was supporting Raphael, stiffen. The swordswoman could not help but frown. Have you ever seen the Northland heavy cavaliers charging at us, the heavy swordsmen and axemen swarming up the city walls in an overwhelming manner? Have you heard the sound of siege awls hammering on the city gates and catapults bombarding the city walls? Have you seen corpses strewn all over the fields and starving people everywhere? Have you ever seen the eyes of the starving people who have lost all hope as they wander in a daze? Do you know how long the Northern Territory has been desolate? Thales clenched his fists, but he felt that he had nowhere to vent the strength in his hands. The scar on his palm began to ache again. Before his eyes, the light infantry under Broken Dragon Fortress who swore to besiege them and did not flinch even when facing the ferocious beast like Araka Murch, those Northlanders. At the same time, Miranda's face became extremely pale. She seemed to see the past again. A nightmarish past. It was a vast expanse of white snow. Raphael pursed his lips slightly. Intentionally or unintentionally, he grabbed the swordswoman's hand and exerted a little force. Cohen, who saw all of this, sighed in his heart. Miranda, and Raphael. The 2 of them were the ones who experienced those disasters most directly. Thales stared at the squirming black hole. His mind in a mess, he gulped and sighed. We have reached a consensus, Nuvan is old. He needs to be concerned about the king's death, the survival of the Walton family and Cloud Dragon Spear, the game between Dragon Cloud City and the Archdukes, not Constellation. The one who answered him this time was the red-eyed young man. You've hit the nail on the head, Your Highness. Raphael raised his head slightly. His red eyes shone under the everlasting lamp. The biggest problem is that Nuvan is old. Yes, he may still be able to restrain Extet and the 9 archdukes with his skills and remaining power, allowing Broken Dragon Fortress and the Northern Territory to be peaceful for a few years, the young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department said coldly. But what happens after that? Thales' breathing suddenly stopped. The foul air in the prison, which was already unpleasant to begin with, seemed to have become even heavier. A long sigh came from the other end of the black hole. In Extet after King Nuvan's death, it does not matter who ascends the throne. The Black Prophet's voice seemed to carry a hint of exhaustion. But what do you think the new king will rely on to reap the greatest benefits and reputation with the smallest cost, in order to prove, accumulate, and consolidate his position and prestige as the successor king? And what methods will he use to appease the archdukes who lost in the king's selection? What bargaining chips will he use to reward the archdukes who supported him? Thales closed his eyes and exhaled a breath that had been gloomy for a long time. He knew what the Black Prophet was going to say. Isn't it Constellation in the south, which has yet to recover its strength and whose royal family is unstable because of the disaster 12 years ago? Marat's voice became extremely cold. Isn't it Cold Castle, Overwatch City, Lonely Old Tower, and Broken Dragon Fortress that Extet has been eyeing for 300 or 400 years? Isn't it the supreme glory of reuniting the great Northland where their ancestors lived for generations? Thales' heart trembled slightly. He subconsciously looked at Little Rascal, and a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. King Nuvan wanted him to marry his granddaughter. Under the premise that Jade Star and Walton took care of each other, one of their children would inherit the Jade Star surname, while the other would inherit the Walton family name. From then on, Constellation would have an excuse to meddle in Dragon Cloud City's internal affairs and restrain Extet. It could ensure the survival of the Walton family, and increase Constellation's prestige and bargaining chips. But, what about the other way around? If something happened to him, Thales, would Extet and Dragon Cloud City also have a bargaining chip to interfere with the Jade Star royal family and demand from Constellation? As he thought of this, Thales felt a chill in his heart. He suddenly remembered the saying of the one-eyed dragon Duke of Constellation, the Coaster Nanchester family, "There is a price for every battle, and there is a reward for victory." Raphael quietly let go of Miranda's wrist and calmly continued his superior's words. "Defeat Constellation, take down the fortress, and unify Northland. No matter which of these three goals is achieved, it will be enough to add color to the new king's crown and lay the foundation for the throne of the king." The Black Prophet's cold snort rang in the air. Even the black hole in Raphael's hand trembled. The conflict between Constellation and Extet will never disappear because of the decision of one family, even if you are crowned in the future, Marat said flatly. "We fear them. Just like how they are afraid of us. So, once there is a chance, a benefit, and a condition, how can they not go south?" Thales lowered his head. The Black Prophet's words gave him a sense of pressure that was almost tangible. "Once they go south, how long do you think we can hold on with our orphans, widows, and defeated soldiers in the Northern Territory when faced with such an opponent?" Lady Sonia Sasir is known as the Fortress Flower and is stationed at Broken Dragon Fortress. People say that if Sonia blooms and does not wither, the fortress will be impregnable. It may seem glorious, but did you know that on the first day she set out to defend the fortress, she made a will and entrusted it to the royal family for safekeeping? It has been 12 years since then. Because she knows that one day in the future, when the northern wind blows and the great dragon roars and rises into the sky, the fortress flower will wither in the north, never to return. Do you know how much we have paid in exchange for the peace of the fortress treaty? Do you think it is just because of the cunning fox of Constellation's glib tongue? Do you know how much we have paid to maintain this fragile peace, to protect the dying northern territory and the weak kingdom from the scourge of war? All of Thales' words were stuck in his throat. He felt an indescribable annoyance surge in his heart. The nobles are all blaming His Majesty, blaming him for bringing an empty and fragile kingdom to fight the desert war that had no benefits to speak of 5 years ago. The Black Prophet's voice sounded eerie and cold, but it contained a deep sense of power that made one's heart palpitate. However, those fat, short-sighted vermin will not know, and do not want to know, that if Constellation did not fight the seemingly crazy desert war after the bloody year, if we did not use a desperate victory to display our national strength, if we did not pay a terrible price to wash away our determination, if we did not use the skulls of the orcs and the altars of the barren bone people to prove that our swords are still incomparably sharp, when Cohen heard this, he suddenly understood. Waya even clenched the sword hilt in his hand so hard that it made cracking sounds. The Black Prophet's voice continued, "I am afraid that as early as the winter 5 years ago, the born king, Nuvan VII, who shrouded the entire northern sky and ruled over the entire Northland, would have torn up the fortress treaty and brought the Northlanders, armed to the teeth, to take back what they lost at the negotiating table. There would be no dispute over the royal succession, and no day where you would be addressed as Your Highness. Do you think that after Nuvan, there would not be another king like this?" Thales did not say a word. He only stared fixedly at the empty ground. Raphael nodded slowly. The young man continued the Black Prophet's words and said expressionlessly, "And after 5 years, Extet gradually figured out our trump card. The Desert War's confusing and deterrent effect was no longer there. You saw it in the Hall of Stars. With just a slight poke from Lampard and Arund, the split between the royal family and the nobles made those Northland barbarians fearless. Why do we carry out dragon's blood?" Raphael lowered his head and said calmly in the darkness, "This is the answer. This is also the meaning of dragon's blood. What we want is not just a few years of false peace. We don't want to live in fear every year. We don't want dangerous negotiations and confrontations. Raphael's face was pale and his pupils were blood red. With a complicated expression, he bowed slightly to the prince. What we want is for the kingdom, which is in a disadvantageous situation, to not make things worse for the kingdom. We want peace and stability in the north of Constellation for decades, or even centuries, so long that Constellation can recover from the great damage of the Bloody Year. So long that your family's name and rule become stable again. So long that we can become powerful again and be fearless, just like in the past. With this goal in mind, even King Nuvan's life and death become insignificant. Thales raised his head. He had a realization. Lampard's action signified the shattering of the myth of Extet since its founding. It proved that the so-called Raikuru joint ruling pledge was just a piece of paper. The creed that Northland believed in was also powerless. Raphael smiled faintly. More importantly, an archduke openly committed regicide. Since then, there has been a precedent. The earliest precedent was the mourning Archduke of Prestige Orchid Region, Tam-En. Thales snorted weakly. His gaze drifted to Little Rascal, intentionally or otherwise. He was not the first. Little Rascal, who had not dared to breathe loudly since the beginning, raised her eyes and met Thales' gaze. However, all she could see in the latter's eyes was endless exhaustion and gloominess. Raphael frowned slightly. He stopped talking. I understand now. Thales sighed. His own understanding surfaced in his mind. What you need is not revenge, rebellion, or even someone's death. After a deep sigh, the second prince continued their conversation. Instead, you need to tear off the disguise and whitewash of Raikuru's vow. You need to make the most deep-rooted conflict in Extet public, the opposition between the king and the archduke, and incite it into an unmanageable chaotic situation. For example, if an archduke of Extet succeeded in regicide through violence and conspiracy, it would bring an unparalleled shock to the children of the Northern Wind and the Dragon. It would also bring a devastating blow to the Northland faith forged by Raikuru. It would break the principle that the 10 archdukes had scrupulously abided by for nearly 7 centuries. For example, under the legend of the founding of the country by the hero and the dragon, he would provoke the archdukes into thinking that they should not have. He would provoke their strange thoughts outside of the King's Selection Congress. He would provoke their other ambitions outside of the joint ruling pledge. He would also provoke the greedy thoughts that they could only think about in their dreams during their 600 years in Extet. More importantly, and more urgently, there was Nuvan's death, Lampard's rebellion, and even the possible civil war in Extet that would follow. All of these would cast a shadow and precedent on the next king of Extet. It would also make the new king wary and suspicious of his 9 co-ruling archdukes. It would also make the archdukes suspicious of their common elected king. When that time came, King Nuvan's magnificent feat of gathering 7 archdukes and hundreds of thousands of troops to invade the south and cross Broken Dragon Fortress would no longer be so easy to achieve. Raphael nodded in affirmation of his words. Although he understood the reason for the Secret Intelligence Department's actions, Thales still could not feel happy. His heart was as heavy as ever, as if there was a sharp thorn in it, constantly making him feel uneasy. For some reason, Kessel's words appeared before his eyes again. Fight for Constellation, die for Constellation, live for Constellation. Thales shook his head, as if that could lighten his heavy mood a little. Obviously, he failed. Did the Secret Intelligence Department succeed? Thales finally sighed and asked the question he wanted to ask the most: if they succeeded, why am I here? The black hole shuddered again. The Black Prophet spoke. Out of Thales' expectations, this time, Murat Hansen actually asked a question. I am also very curious. What happened in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael's expression changed and became solemn. According to the plan, you should now stay in Heroic Spirit Palace and spend the night as Extet's distinguished guest under heavy protection. Then, when the vassals are at odds with each other after this, you should return to your country by virtue of your neutral status, the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said with a slightly heavy tone, but for some reason, King Nuvan decided to leave Heroic Spirit Palace and even brought you out of the palace, so much so that you fell into Lampard's hands. Thales's heart tightened. The person who brought him out of Heroic Spirit Palace was not Nuvan. It was, he involuntarily glanced at Little Rascal. She had seen Asda. She had also seen Black Sword and their confrontation. What else? The prince asked calmly, intentionally or unintentionally skipping over this question. Apart from that, Raphael raised his eyebrows slightly, our plan also ran into some accidents. There are still 10 minutes before the time you mentioned. Murat's cold and hoarse voice was still unpleasant. Tell me about it. Raphael's gaze became solemn as he looked around at the crowd. Countless undecipherable thoughts flashed across his eyes. Finally, these thoughts converged into 3 words, which he softly uttered. Calamity. Chapter 213. Lampard stuffed a ball of roasted meat into his mouth while staring at Thales, making Thales uncomfortable. The Anti-Theft chapter, please support the original. Respect the author's work. You're calmer than I thought. The Archduke said slowly. Thales sighed. Perhaps. He walked to the table, climbed onto a chair, and sat down. But in the face of an enemy who owes me hundreds of lives, I really can't think of any other expression. Even anger seems unnecessary. Lampard picked up a wooden wine cup and poured it into his mouth. His Adam's apple bobbed as he swallowed. The Archduke put down the wine cup, wiped the wine off with the back of his left hand, grabbed a piece of hind leg meat, and took a bite. According to the news from Constellation, you really don't look like a 7-year-old child. When life is not easy, you have to learn to mature earlier. Thales shrugged. Eat up, this is good venison. Lampard pushed a plate of roasted meat over. The Prince of Constellation can't starve to death in my military camp. Thales stared at the crudely made plate of roasted meat and frowned. You've got guts. Your counterattack was indeed beyond my expectations, Lampard said coldly. Who made this decision? Maybe I should reward him properly. He ruined all my years of planning. You. Thales pulled the plate in front of him, drew his dagger without looking up, and started cutting the meat. Lampard raised his eyebrows. This is your decision, Your Grace. Thales cut the venison and said calmly, You killed half of our men on the first day I stepped into Extet's borders. You forced us to choose the path that was most disadvantageous to you. How long have you been standing here looking at the fortress opposite you every day? 2 weeks? 3 weeks? I guess it's not easy to maintain the supplies, food, and lodging for more than 10,000 people? Thales shrugged. I'm really worried about Black Sand Region's finances. He picked up a piece of venison the size of a thumb and put it in his mouth. It tastes good. Lampard stopped eating and drinking. He stared straight at Thales with a fierce look in his eyes. You know, the Archduke said slowly, I originally planned to spare your life and only kill the people around you. Thales frowned. His venison was not cut very well. But we ran into the Mystic Gun unit. That level of attack. Thales snorted softly and began to cut off a piece of meat. They wanted my life, didn't they? That was an accident, Lampard said calmly. Accident. Thales was so angry that he laughed. He put down the dagger in his hand. Your mystic gun, however, he was immediately stunned. Wait a minute. Putre had said that Lamba was not mad. In that case, Thales stared blankly at Lampard. Could it be, that was an accident? Thales asked in disbelief. It was an accident. Lampard placed his arms on the table, his eyes burning. Thales closed his eyes and exhaled deeply. After a long while, Thales opened his eyes and said with certainty, you did not send the Mystic Gun Squad. I didn't. Lampard put down his glass and shook his head slowly. You didn't intend to kill me either, Thales continued. I didn't. Lampard's eyes were burning. Thales gritted his teeth. I see. He exhaled and laughed. The one commanding the Mystic Gun unit is someone else. Lampard had no reason to kill me from the beginning. The Mystic Gun unit is an uncontrollable killing weapon. No matter how stupid he is, he won't use this kind of thing against me. Thales sighed. Lampard grabbed the wooden plate of venison, pulled it in front of him, and grabbed a piece of meat. You're much smarter than I thought. Lampard's expression was unpleasant. He stuffed the meat into his mouth and narrowed his eyes slightly. Now you understand why we met here, right? Yes, I understand. Thales wiped the dagger with his sleeve and put it back on his waist. He sighed and said, it's just that I really didn't expect that the famous Archduke of Black Sand Region's Mystic Gun unit would be so easily tricked into giving him the right to command. Lampard suppressed his anger. That officer is called Hardy. He has been in charge of training my Mystic Gun unit since 3 years ago. The commander of the unit fell ill this morning, so he was only temporarily in charge. How is he? Thales asked quietly. After the signal to retreat was sounded, he still ordered a second attack, but there were soldiers who immediately questioned his orders, Lampard said gloomily. Then, Hardy did not hesitate to slit his neck and committed suicide. We are still investigating the person behind him. This also explains why you hurriedly blew the signal to retreat after only one shot. Thales sneered. Even the command malfunctioned. I'm sorry, I really don't know what expression to use at this time. Archduke Lampard pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. Their goal should be to use you to kill me, or to use my death to plot against you. Thales sneered. I think it's more likely the latter. My enemies are all in the country. The higher you stand, Lampard said quietly, the more enemies there will be. So, the sudden accident also made you cancel your plan. Thales snorted. Were you originally going to humiliate me by capturing me and see if the fortress would waver? There was silence. Lampard opened the bottle of rye wine beside him and filled his empty goblet. I hate to say this, but King Kessel made a good move. He pushed you out, Archduke Lampard said calmly. The moment you stepped into my military camp, I could no longer take down the fortress and the northern territory. And the oath he made in Renaissance Palace was equivalent to forging a suit of armor for you with the ownership of royal power. Lampard raised his goblet and said quietly, if you die in Ekstedt, no matter who did it, the neighboring Black Sand region will only suffer. So, once you realized that you could not take down Broken Dragon Fortress, and realized that there were actually people eyeing you covetously, you immediately changed your attitude and wanted to rope me in? Thales said coldly. Lampard drank a mouthful of wine expressionlessly and said, Kessel's oath dispelled some people's desire to take your life, but it also aroused the ambition of others to take your life. Today's Mystic Gun is just the beginning. We have a common enemy lurking in the dark, whether it is for the throne of Ekstedt or the throne of Constellation. The Archduke of Black Sand Region's voice was steady and solemn. From the moment you stepped into Ekstedt and Northland, our interests were tied together. Yes. Thales lowered his head. His voice was steady and indifferent. My death in Ekstedt is not a good thing for either of us. I will allocate 2,000 men, led by Kent Vida, my most trusted subject, to escort you to Dragon Cloud City. Archduke Lampard's expression softened a little. You will go straight to the Walton family's territory. The king's emissary is already waiting for you. But my men died on the battlefield. They stood in front of me and were pierced by knives, swords, and spears. Thales raised his head. His expression was gloomy. We have also killed many of your men. Lampard closed his eyes and muttered to himself for a moment. Thales stared at him expressionlessly. Those warriors, whether they were my soldiers or your subordinates, they will not have died in vain. They died a worthy death. Lampard opened his eyes. It is precisely because of their sacrifice that we can understand each other, and that we can sit here and make a difficult choice for the future of our two kingdoms, even if it is extremely difficult. We have never been enemies. Our enmity on the battlefield was only forced by the situation, Lampard said softly. For the future, so that today's senseless bloodshed will not happen again, we should cast aside our past enmity. This is what we should do. War is for peace, isn't it? Thales suddenly smiled. Well said, Your Grace. He chuckled with an indecipherable expression. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Just as you said, from now on, we have no reason to be enemies. The Archduke nodded and raised his wine glass. You ate my venison. According to Northland's customs, you are my guest. This is good rye wine. Lampard pushed the wine glass over. His gaze was profound. And according to Northland's customs, we are allies after drinking the same glass of wine. From manpower, information, resources, and financial resources, I will provide you with all the conveniences in Ekstedt. Our enemies will not have any chance. Archduke Lampard nodded. Until you leave Ekstedt and return to Constellation. Even until the day you. Chapter 214. On a high platform in Heroic Spirit Palace, the Star Killer stood beside King Nuven with his strange blade. Your Majesty, those Constellations have requested to look for their prince on their own, right ? Switch to the anti-theft chapter when you wake up. King Nuven propped himself up on the platform and narrowed his eyes as he looked down at his city. This is Dragon Cloud City that belongs to the Walton family. The king exhaled slowly. Let them go. King Nuven's voice sounded a little tired. Maybe I can find my granddaughter on the way. Compared to the current situation, perhaps the Walton family is really secondary. King Nuven sighed heavily. Nicholas nodded and turned to pass the order. Not long after, the Star Killer returned to the king's side. This time, his expression was solemn. The patrol team has reported back. We have locked on to the approximate location of the calamity. King Nuven's expression changed. He turned to Nicholas, and his gaze regained its shrewdness and decisiveness. In Shield District, there were two teams that did not respond for more than half an hour. Then, their corpses were discovered. They had been reduced to pieces, the commander of the White Blade Guard said slowly. Shield District? King Nuven pondered for a moment. Very well. The old king looked at Dragon Cloud City beneath him again and said flatly, turning people into pieces. Is there any information about that calamity that I need to know? There was silence. Then, a peaceful voice rang out. Yes, Your Majesty. Behind King Nuven, the master of the secret room, the Red Witch, Kalshan bowed her head respectfully. If possible, please evacuate Shield District and the bordering districts as soon as possible. If necessary, you may even evacuate the residents out of the city. Beside her, Nicholas took a deep breath. That much? King Nuven frowned. I have to evacuate half of the city for a calamity? Please believe me, Your Majesty, Kalshan said slowly in a gentle tone. The price of half of Dragon Cloud City, it's better than the entire Dragon Cloud City. Your Majesty, did you see it? Nicholas hurriedly rushed to the high platform and reported to King Nuven. The old king stared at Dragon Cloud City beneath the high platform. He stared at the furthest, lowest, largest, and most populated district. Ah! King Nuven gritted his teeth. His eyes were bloodshot. I saw it. Just now, a giant blood-red monster suddenly appeared there, followed by countless tremors and screams that could be heard clearly even in Heroic Spirit Palace. Then, the monster went silent again. However, a few minutes later, another loud bang rang in the air. The entire shield district shrank by one floor at a speed visible to the naked eye. This is really unexpected. Apart from Raikuru, I am probably the first Northland king who has the fortune to witness it in more than 600 years. King Nuvan's words were laced with a heavy hostility. King Nuvan clenched his fists. Anger and hatred surged in his eyes. The monster that I've only seen in pictures since I was young, Hydra, Kilika. Raikuru's mortal enemy. King Nuvan slammed his palm on the stage. The veins on his hand bulged. Nicholas gritted his teeth. He cast a glance at his own blade and slowly tightened his grip on the hilt. What happened to Shield District? King Nuvan controlled his tone and asked calmly, how many residents have been evacuated? What about the patrol team's report? Behind him, the Red Witch, Kalshan, walked forward with a solemn expression. She looked at the smoke-filled district in the distance and sighed slowly. When she raised her head again, the Red Witch's eyes regained their clarity and calmness. Your Majesty, the Red Witch said flatly, forgive me for being blunt. I'm afraid it's already. Kalshan bowed slightly and respectfully. There's no more Shield District. At the edge of Shield District, Nicholas turned a giant tentacle into ashes with a smooth slash. Behind him, countless shadows of swords and blades could be heard. The elite warriors of the White Blade Guards were carrying out their duty to end more and smaller tentacles. The Star Killer frowned and walked down from the battlefield. In the distance, King Nuvan, who was tightly surrounded by a dozen guards, narrowed his eyes and looked at the captain of his personal guards. Your Majesty. The sound of hooves could be heard from afar, along with the loud reports of the cavaliers on the horses. The secret room sent news that Kilika has disappeared. Very good. King Nuvan's expression changed. He nodded and said to a noble behind him, this proves that our strategy is effective. That calamity, it does not dare to face the Soul Slayer Pike head-on. Nicholas, who had just gotten rid of a tentacle, walked forward. We used the best strategy against the Blood Calamity. On one hand, we used a small number of elites and legendary anti-mystic equipment to attack its vital points. On the other hand, we divided and surrounded it, cutting off its source of power, Your Majesty. The Star Killer's expression became solemn and his eyes shone. We suppressed it. King Nuvan nodded heavily. Behind the king, a few Northland soldiers rode over on horseback. They brought along a few noble bureaucrats who were in charge of delivering the news. They continued to deliver the news. Also, Your Majesty, we still do not have any news about the Prince of Constellation and your granddaughter. King Nuvan's expression did not change, as if he did not care about his granddaughter's life or death. Also, the nobles and the residents of the other districts are talking about it, especially the residents you evacuated. Many of them saw that monster. There are all sorts of comments about the Calamity's invasion. Many of the militias who have been enlisted have requested to immediately change their equipment and join the battle. The situation is a little chaotic, and the patrols are somewhat unable to keep the situation under control. Reply to Madame Kalshan. Continue to monitor that thing and keep the news flowing. King Nuvan turned around and frowned slightly. He thought carefully and then decisively ordered, also, inform the chief garrison officer to disperse the patrols and pacify the civilians one by one. In the name of the king, this place will be solved very quickly. Ordinary troops without anti-mystic equipment will not be of any use. No one is allowed to conscript or gather troops for any reason. The few bureaucrats nodded and continued to report the situation. The outskirts of the city are very close. We also received news when we evacuated the residents. Your 6 counts and their vassals have already sent fast horses and messenger crows 3 times, requesting to bring their troops into the city as reinforcements, bringing thousands of people to feed that calamity. The king rudely interrupted them. Reply to them that the Waltons have seen their loyalty, but this is not an ordinary battlefield. A large number of troops will only make the situation worse. One of the clerks quickly recorded the king's words. Another said worriedly, also, the 4 archdukes have requested your majesty that for your own safety, you should immediately return to Heroic Spirit Palace and explain. King Nuvan nodded and nonchalantly waved them away. Let Lisban deal with those nobles, including the archdukes. Just say that the king is hunting at the front lines. Under such circumstances, it's best for them to shut up. After giving the order, the heralds rode away on fast horses. You know, they actually have a point. You should stay in Heroic Spirit Palace, your majesty, the Star Killer said calmly. The king shook his head. Almost all the White Blade Guards have been mobilized, and we can't summon troops into the city. Staying in the empty Heroic Spirit Palace with 4 archdukes and their personal guards with ulterior motives? King Nuvan snorted coldly. Your king just killed an archduke not long ago. I think I know which option is safer. Nicholas nodded and shook off the blood on the severing soul's blade. At this moment, your majesty, boss, look. A White Blade Guard pointed at the sky and shouted. In the night sky, a spark flew high up into the sky above Shield District. What followed was a sharp sound. The White Blade Guards shuddered in unison. A signal arrow. This means. Nicholas' gaze shifted. It's the first group from the east. They've found a big guy that's hard to deal with. We have to immediately. At the same time, a similar spark bloomed in the sky from another direction. At the same time, there was a sharp whistle. King Nuvan frowned. 2 places. But in the next second, a third signal arrow rose from afar. At the same time? That's not right. King Nuvan stared at the sparks and frowned. We've strictly assigned the routes. We've divided them into 2 directions, east and west, and gradually encircled them from the edge of Shield District. While the 1st and 5th groups are clearing the route in front, the troops at the back should not have encountered the big guy. Just as he spoke, a 4th signal bolt appeared not far away. Nicholas' expression changed drastically. There are so many signals at the same time. There's only one explanation, Your Majesty. A few seconds later, Nicholas panted and said, a new monster broke out from the ground, so other than the 1st and 5th groups, the others have also encountered it. He could not finish his sentence. Asterisk bang. Asterisk a loud rumble was heard. In the smoke and dust, a blurry and indistinct gigantic creature appeared in the center of Shield District, swinging its countless tentacles. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Nuvan gritted his teeth. Looking at the nightmare monster that had reappeared, he took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward, he. King Nuvan stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. Your Majesty. I request that we depart immediately. The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, we must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. I think I need to bring the severing soul's blade, to save Gleeward as soon as possible. Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Nuvan gritted his teeth. Looking at the nightmare monster that had reappeared, he took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward, he. King Nuvan stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. "Your Majesty, I request that we depart immediately." The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, "We must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles. I think I need to bring the severing soul's blade, to save Gleeward as soon as possible." Everyone present stared at the monster, the multi-headed snake, Kilika, dumbfounded. How could this be? King Nuvan gritted his teeth. Looking at the nightmare monster that had reappeared, he took a deep breath and looked at the warriors around him. It's such a big target. Isn't it afraid of the Soul Slayer Pike's ability? Gleeward, King Nuvan stopped talking. The old king's expression was unpleasant. He had obviously realized something. There was a few seconds of silence. Then, Nicholas put the severing soul's blade into the scabbard on his back and slowly crouched down. He tightened the straps on his legs and nodded solemnly. "Your Majesty, I request that we depart immediately." The Star Killer regained his extreme calmness. He said softly, "We must slow down the work of clearing these tentacles." Chapter 2:15. At that moment, Thales figured out many things. Outside Dragon Cloud City, Nicholas once told him that the king's men were investigating within Constellation and found clues about the Disaster Sword's assassination of Mariah. Furthermore, the assassination attempt on Thales at the fortress was also related to the Disaster Sword. The two clues combined and implicated Archduke Pofrit. But Miranda and Cohen had already confirmed that the Disaster Sword was just a cover to lure them here. In other words, the information obtained by the king's men was also a lie. It was an excuse to draw King Nuvan's attention to Pofrit. The problem was, who in Extet was qualified and capable of being King Nuvan's eyes and ears, investigating cases on his behalf and sending back fabricated information? And now, Thales looked at the red-robed lady before him with a complicated gaze. He watched her cross her hands and stand calmly and kindly in front of the thick door. Not only that. Why did Lampard's grand operation not alarm Dragon Cloud City? Why could his army enter the city without anyone knowing? Why could he easily find so many connections? Thales took a deep breath and brought his attention back to the present. Raphael stood in front while Cohen and Miranda stood on his left and right. The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department was no longer as indifferent as before. Instead, it was replaced by intense vigilance and solemnity. "I thought it would be someone coming to change shifts or patrol, but..." Cohen looked suspiciously at the Red Witch, who had a faint smile on her face. He carefully whispered, "The situation is bad, right? Who is that old lady?" "Very bad," Miranda replied softly behind Raphael with her hand on the hilt of her sword. "I think that's the Red Witch." Cohen did not speak anymore. His eyebrows furrowed again. Thales tightened his grip on Little Rascal behind him and felt the slight tremble in her palm. He took a deep breath and told himself to stay calm. If the Red Witch is involved, that means, Madame Kalshan. Raphael looked at the old woman before him coldly. "No wonder I was able to sneak in so easily. You knew I would come, so you set up a trap?" Kalshan looked at him quietly and suddenly grinned. "I've been dealing with the kingdom's secret intelligence department since I was 8. The old woman's expression was peaceful and her eyes were calm. "I know you all too well." Raphael's expression changed slightly. Thales frowned. 8 years old? Is child labor popular in the darkroom? He cursed silently. "As for you, you are still too young, little friend," the Red Witch said plainly. If it were Murat, he would have noticed something was wrong when he entered the city. Raphael did not speak. Her red eyes trembled slightly, but the tension on her face did not relax in the slightest. Having been exposed to the Secret Intelligence Department for many years, he was deeply aware of the terrifying power hidden in this seemingly frail old woman before him. Damn it! Cohen tilted his head, the corners of his mouth twitching slightly. That's the Red Witch? Is she ambushing us? Ralph shook his head, his face serious. He felt something in the wind. As you can see, Miranda's gaze was fixed on the door behind Kalshan. I can sense that there are many people lying in ambush outside. Moving stealthily and breaking out of the encirclement by surprise, this was their greatest advantage, but now it was gone. Wyatt gritted his teeth with an unpleasant expression. The attendant in front of Thales whispered, "She's standing very close to us." "At this distance, maybe we can." "No," Miranda answered crisply. Cohen furrowed his brows. "Why?" "Because she's the Red Witch." Raphael's gaze did not waver. His lips parted slightly as he answered for Miranda. "Only a fool would believe that she would intercept us unprepared. We can't act rashly." Hearing that, the police officer gritted his teeth in indignation. "I've probably encountered half of all the bad luck in my life today." "Look for other exits," Miranda said in a low voice. "If it doesn't work, we'll break out from her. They're definitely well prepared." At this moment, Madame Kalshan, who was sitting opposite them, laughed softly. Her laughter was old, but warm and peaceful. As her laughter rang out, everyone on Constellation's side looked as though they were facing a formidable enemy. Raphael Lindbergh, a homeless orphan in the Great Desert, and now the young man that the Black Prophet values the most, Kalshan said with a smile, "Is this how you repay the Arund family who raised and nurtured you for 12 years? Why, is Duke Arund not good to you? Why did you betray him?" Raphael did not move. Thales' expression changed. He glanced at the other two people worriedly, but Miranda did not seem to notice, while Cohen looked puzzled. "But you also know, look at your eyes." Kalshan sighed and continued, as though she felt sorry for Thales, "You can never become one of them." In Thales' eyes, Raphael's back was still unmoved. But from his half-cut sleeve, the prince noticed that the tendons on Raphael's wrist tightened slightly. "He's wavering," a voice whispered in Thales' heart. "And you, Miss Arund?" The Red Witch turned her head and looked at Miranda, revealing a mother's loving gaze toward her daughter. "Have you ever thought about it?" Miranda was startled. "Why Raphael? Why him?" Kalshan said slowly, "Why did the Black Prophet choose him, who has no power or influence, instead of any noble with a bright future?" The cold-looking swordswoman could not help but frown slightly when she heard this. "Don't listen to her." Raphael turned sideways to face the Red Witch, his expression as though he was facing a great enemy. "Don't listen to even a single word. Look at your father. If you still care about the Northern Territory and don't want this precious land to be taken away by despicable means, Northland girl, Extet will always open its doors to you. Northland belongs only to Northlanders." The Red Witch smiled at her. Thales frowned slightly. He felt that there was something wrong with this sentence. But Miranda only frowned and said nothing. He did not know what she was thinking. The Red Witch turned her head again and looked at the tall, blonde figure. Cohen, who was worried, felt his scalp go numb. "Ah, Officer Cohen, Caribbean from Walla Hill." This time, Kalshan smiled brightly. "You, wait." Cohen's expression changed and he interrupted her. "Stop talking nonsense, old woman." Recalling Raphael's warning, Cohen's face tightened and he grabbed the hilt of his sword fiercely. He shook his head violently and said nervously, "I won't listen to a single word you say." Miranda rolled her eyes and exhaled through her nose. Raphael raised his eyebrows slightly. "This guy is so nervous that he's incoherent." But the Red Witch only shook her head and smiled at the impolite Cohen. Her expression was peaceful. It was as though she was looking at a naughty child. "Oh, no, young Cohen." Kalshan shook her head and said helplessly, "I just wanted to say, you're really handsome." Cohen's fierce and ferocious expression froze. He was not the only one. Thales also raised his eyebrows. Huh? What? Cohen looked confused. He blinked his eyes and asked in surprise, "Did you just say?" I said, "Don't listen to what she says." The red robe's words confuse the mind, and the witch's curse bewitches the mind. Raphael exhaled fiercely and looked around. The red witch, Kalshan, is extremely good at lying. You can't believe a single word she says. She's the only person in the world who can deceive the Black Prophet. Kalshan sighed and shook her head helplessly. Her gaze seemed to say, "Is that so?" Thales was slightly shocked. Deceive the Black Prophet? He remembered his confrontation with Murat in Mindy's hall, Murat's psionic ability, and the time he barely passed the interrogation with Yodel and Serena's help. And the Red Witch can actually deceive that old man in black? Isn't that the nemesis of Murat's psionic ability to detect lies? Cohen, on the other hand, was completely stunned. Wait a minute. She lied? Cohen blinked and was a little puzzled. He turned his head and said, "But she just said I'm handsome." Miranda and Raphael turned their heads together and shouted angrily at the same time. Shut up. Cohen had no choice but to shut his mouth resentfully. God, I have a feeling. Why aside? She can reduce our morale by half with just her mouth alone. Ralph mumbled indecipherable words. Thales did not speak. He only stared at the Red Witch with a numb scalp. She was clearly alone, but at that moment, the second prince felt that even if all of them were tied together, they could not compare to one person on the other side. There are no other exits. Miranda retracted her gaze from the corner and shook her head. What do we do now? Cohen exhaled and whispered in dissatisfaction, "Do we just wait? I'll stall for time. All of you slowly spread out." Raphael curled up the corners of his mouth slightly. Thales did not know how he managed to practice his ultimate skill of speaking without moving his lips. He said, "Look for an opportunity and attack together. See if we can capture her." According to rumors, the Red Witch's abilities are not high. Raphael narrowed his eyes. But be careful, she may be carrying equipment similar to the alchemy ball. Okay. Wait, what do you mean by rumors? It literally means, according to rumors. However, in the next moment, Thales became the next person the Red Witch spoke to. Prince Thales. The old woman looked at the prince with a complicated expression. Her expression was one of pity. "It is my honor to see you again." Thales' expression changed slightly. "Of course, it would be my honor as well. If I wasn't in prison and you weren't on Lampart's side." "Your Highness." Raphael shook his head slightly at Thales and narrowed his eyes. "Lies." Thales nodded. The second prince kept repeating Raphael's words about the witch's curse in his heart to remind himself to be careful. Compared to the time he faced the Black Prophet in Mindy's hall, compared to the feeling Murat gave him, compared to the huge pressure that made his nerves taut all the time, this old woman gave him a vague sense of unease, which made his hair stand on end and made him feel inexplicably terrified. Especially the panic and apprehension he felt about what she was going to say next. Kalshan sighed and shook her head at him with a sincere expression. The wrinkles on her face moved slightly, as if she was very helpless. "I'm really sorry, but since you've already come to the kingdom of the Great Dragon, since you'll be returning to prison in a while, you may never be free again," the old woman said mournfully. "Do you have anything else to say? Do you want me to bring it to her?" Thales frowned slightly and secretly became vigilant. Who else could it be?" Kalshan sighed. Her expression was subtle and there was a smile on her lips, as if she was recalling something. "Of course it's beautiful and intelligent, Madame Tharanjarana." Chapter 216. Thales took a deep breath and stared at the Red Witch in front of him. Even though Asda had answered his questions about being a mystic, Thales still had many doubts about his own physique. His primary suspect was still his mysterious mother, especially after hearing the Queen of the Sky's baffling words. The second prince's chest heaved slightly. Why did you mention this name? She's lying, Thales thought. The Prince of Constellation's first middle name was a rare name, it was not a secret. Kalshan's eyes narrowed into slits as she flashed a gentle and friendly smile. At the banquet, you talked about a mother's pain of longing for her son. Kalshan opened her eyes slightly and looked at Thales with an amused gaze. Of course she wanted to repay you. The Red Witch's gaze flickered and she enunciated each word meaningfully, in the same way. Thales clenched his fists slightly. God! She knows something. At least she knows that's my birth mother, Prince Thales. Thales was slightly startled. He raised his head and looked at Raphael. The latter shook his head slowly with a solemn expression. Please remember, no matter what she does or says now, it's all for her own purpose. If you need answers, the Secret Intelligence Department is always at your service. We have enough information in our treasury. Thales turned his head. His gaze swept past Miranda, who had a heavy heart, Raphael, who had a solemn expression, and Cohen, who had a puzzled look on his face. He frowned, took a deep breath and nodded. That's right. At least not now. Kalshan sighed slightly. Sometimes I admire Murat's ability to teach his students. The old woman turned her gaze and looked straight at Raphael. Every one of his students is so outstanding. Be it those who are loyal to him or those who are his enemies. Raphael snorted coldly. Miranda slowly walked to the left of the Red Witch, while Cohen moved to the other side. In the face of such an obvious action, Kalshan seemed to be completely unaware. This made Thales even more uneasy. Prince Thales. The Red Witch's gaze became fierce, which was rare for her. Remember my advice at the banquet? All the difficulties you have experienced are nothing compared to Murat's. His loyalty is the deadliest poison, Kalshan said solemnly. The more loyal he is, the more dangerous he is. I'm sure you've already experienced this. Thales shut his mouth and frowned. Raphael shook his head. This is too ironic coming from the mouth of someone who betrayed King Nuvan. Karshan smiled. The tragedy of the Secret Intelligence Department is that your master is only a Jade Star. The Red Witch shook her head nonchalantly. The Jade Star who rules over Constellation forever. But the monarch of Extet is always changing. So, the secret room is only loyal to Extet. Kalshan paused for a moment and her smile became cold. When the king can no longer represent Extet, we will choose the most advantageous route for Extet. Thales was struck by a thought. When the king could no longer represent Extet. Could it be, betrayal is betrayal? Cohen could not help but say, especially when Nuvan is still the king. His footsteps were getting closer and closer to Kalshan. I didn't want this to happen either. Kalshan glanced at Miranda and Cohen, who were getting closer and closer. She shook her head and sighed. But when we found out, it was already too late. Thales frowned. What do you mean? I mean. Kalshan raised her head. Her expression was solemn, which was rare. Now. The Red Witch's voice suddenly rose. At the same time, she retreated hastily. Cohen and Miranda were startled. Asterisk boom. Asterisk before anyone could react, a huge explosion came from above their heads. It shook Thales so much that his entire body trembled. His ears rang. The ceiling was broken open. Countless stones poured down from above their heads, bringing with them gusts of dust. Amidst the flying dust, Thales coughed and instinctively raised his hand to shield his eyes. What happened? But before he could even react, he was pushed by Waya, who had quick reflexes, and fell backwards. Wuxia unsheathed his single-edged sword and slashed at the stones above their heads. A few stones were sliced open and smashed against the surrounding empty space and walls, bringing up even more dust and obscuring the figures of Raphael and the others. Thales and Little Rascal both lost their balance and fell on the ground a meter behind them. "Forget about her." Raphael's anxious shout came faintly from the front. "Return and defend." Ralph swung his remaining left arm and generated a cyclone, intending to scrape away the dust. But a sturdy figure in a military uniform descended from the sky. He landed in front of Ralph. In his blurry vision, Thales vaguely saw the figure calmly avoid Ralph's hidden blade. Ralph, on the other hand, flew to the side under the effect of his psionic ability. But in the next moment, the sturdy figure instantly exerted force and struck with his elbow. Ralph's figure paused heavily. Thud. Amidst the dust, the phantom wind follower's body flew backward and crashed into a prison cell. "No!" Wuxia's furious roar rang in his ears. The power of eradication surged into the attendant's sword-wielding hand. He stood in front of Thales and charged towards the figure in the dust. Amidst the endless pain, he swung his sword without any regard for the consequences. The wind from the sword brushed against his face. Thales had no choice but to close his eyes. Impulsive, a deep male voice rang. The sturdy figure did not retreat. Instead, he advanced towards the tip of Wuxia's sword. Wuxia's single-edged sword slashed into the enemy's shoulder. Clang. The sound of the blade cutting through iron was heard. But the tall figure immediately swung his right arm, pressed it against Wuxia's neck, and gave it a forceful push. Thud. Wuxia's figure flew backward, and his head hit the wall of the prison cell solidly. The attendant fell to the ground in defeat. Thales gritted his teeth. As he coughed, he pulled Little Rascal, who was equally at a loss, to her feet. As soon as he looked up, he saw the tall figure in the dust. The enemy pulled Wuxia's sword from his shoulder armor, tossed it aside, and walked towards Thales. Thales did not have time to panic. He instinctively retreated. Clang. Raphael appeared from the dust and swiftly swung his sword at the back of the enemy's head. His arm trembled, and a strange sound came from his muscles. The tip of his sword blurred, and it whistled shrilly in the air. The tall enemy suddenly turned around. As he turned around, a thin blade with a smooth arc was instantly unsheathed from his waist. Swoosh. It was a blade rarely seen in the Western Peninsula. It was a light cavalry blade that shone with a golden luster. The moment the enemy drew his blade, Thales felt the air around him tremble, and it became hotter than ever before. The instant the temperature rose, it was as if someone had suddenly lit a fire in the air. It reminded him of the bombardment from the mystic gun. The enemy turned around and slashed at Raphael's blade. Sizzle. The saber and longsword collided, but the sound produced was not the usual collision of metal, but a shrill sizzle. Raphael's blade broke in an instant. The broken blade hit the wall, and was immediately repelled. Raphael gritted his teeth and groaned in pain. His sword-wielding left hand was ablaze, and he was forced to retreat. In the dust, the enemy swung his saber nonchalantly. The blade was not on fire, but it strangely drew a string of sparks in the air. Thales watched in shock as the powerful enemy defeated the three of them in an instant. He was terrified. Miranda and Cohen appeared at Raphael's side at the same time, and their swords whistled. Miranda's sword wavered, as if she could change at any time, while Cohen's attack was fierce and powerful. The enemy did not panic. He lowered his left shoulder, and just like how he dealt with Wuxia and Ralph, he pounced on Miranda. That weapon was strange. She could not fight him head-on. Seize the rhythm and force him. Miranda's gaze shifted, and the Pegasus music was activated. The tip of her sword was aimed at the enemy's crotch. However, contrary to her expectations, the enemy did not even try to dodge. Instead, he went straight for her sword. Under Miranda's shocked gaze, her sword stabbed into the enemy's waist. Just as the blade was about to penetrate deeper, the enemy's waist trembled, and the blade slid out from his waist, bringing with it a gush of blood, but avoiding the vital parts. In the next second, the enemy lowered his body and rammed forward. His iron-like left shoulder slammed into Miranda's right chest. As the swordswoman staggered back and groaned, the enemy ruthlessly struck her with the hilt of his blade. Thud. Miranda fell to the ground in pain from her chest and abdomen. Cohen's sword came from the enemy's back. The enemy snorted. Clang. The blade pierced the point where the enemy's armor and arm guard met, and blood gushed out. Before the blade could pierce into his body, the tall enemy quickly turned around, and with the pressure from the two pieces of armor, he abruptly pulled the blade to the side. Then he swung his blade. But contrary to the enemy's expectations, Cohen was not affected by his strange movements. The police officer let go of the hilt the moment he turned around. Cohen pounced on the enemy with a fierce expression, and lowered his body to avoid the enemy's fierce blade. The police officer hugged his waist tightly, pressed down on the enemy's forearm, and exerted force with both legs. The enemy let out an "oh," as if he was very surprised. Bang. Under Cohen's terrifying impact, the two men fell to the ground together, bringing up another cloud of dust. Clang. The enemy's saber fell from the sudden impact. Cohen, who was on top of the enemy, roared with a ferocious expression. He slammed his elbow down, and hit the enemy's abdomen. Thud. The enemy grunted. But Cohen was immediately grabbed by the shoulders by the enemy, and the enemy suddenly sat up. The enemy suddenly and forcefully headbutted Cohen's nose. Bang. The police officer, who was seeing stars, was about to use his arms to break free from the enemy's chains. But the enemy reacted quickly and pushed forward. As Cohen staggered and regained his balance, he kicked out. Thud. Behind the two men who were fighting fiercely, Raphael swung his left shoulder a few times. With a strange sizzling sound in his arm, the flames on his left hand strangely extinguished. Raphael gritted his teeth and kicked the sword on the corpse of a guard, and moved forward with the sword. But Cohen's figure staggered and fell from the front, and Raphael had no choice but to support him. Miranda struggled to get up from the ground and joined them. The next second, Raphael's footsteps stopped, and he did not move. "What's wrong?" Cohen asked, clutching his abdomen and panting in pain. Raphael did not answer, but his expression was unpleasant. The smoke and dust dispersed. The tall figure had already picked up his golden saber again. His blade stopped at a little boy's throat. Behind them, little Rascal was trembling as she looked at the two of them. Miranda sighed. On the other side, Waya supported Ralph, who was coughing violently, and looked at the situation in disbelief. "Step down," the enemy, who came alone, said coldly, "you have lost." Raphael and the others frowned. Hello." Feeling the chill on his throat, he smiled helplessly as his scalp went numb. "Lord Tolja." The tall enemy, one of the 5 war generals of Extet, the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, Ram Tolja, coldly held the saber in his hand and nodded in response. The Fire Knight nodded slowly. There was approval in his eyes. "Among these people, only you know how to kill efficiently." Cohen was stunned. "Who knows, you might be the one with the highest achievements among them," Tolja said calmly. Cohen looked at Thales, who was being held hostage by him, and felt a wave of frustration in his heart. Thales anxiously looked at each of his own people, but he could only see exhaustion and powerlessness on their battered bodies. Karshan stepped forward. The Red Witch is good at lying. Am I right? Karshan raised her eyebrows. There was a profound look in her eyes. However, lies don't need to be weaved with words. The Red Witch looked at Raphael, whose expression was unreadable. She smiled faintly. You're not the only one who's stalling for time, my friend from the Secret Intelligence Department. Tolja glanced at the 5 people around him and frowned. But, is it really necessary with just these few people? The Fire Knight shook his head with a disdainful look on his face. The soldiers can completely deal with all of them. Karshan smiled. There was no hint of impatience. First of all, the Red Witch said amiably, we want them alive. It's easy for accidents to happen in a chaotic battle. Secondly, forget about the others. Karshan turned to Raphael. There was a subtle look in her eyes. But this person, after all, he's close to the Lamita realm. It's very likely that you won't be able to hold back and kill him. Facing Raphael's hostile gaze, the Red Witch said flatly, he's also from the Secret Intelligence Department. He may have other means, such as the alchemy ball, or committing suicide before being captured. After all, it wasn't easy to force him to show himself. Raphael did not say anything. So. Karshan smiled again. Can you hand over the staff of constellation now, my dear Raphael? Raphael seemed to be a little tired. He staggered. Cohen wanted to support him, but Raphael had already put his hand on Ralph's shoulder before he could. Raphael leaned against Ralph's shoulder and panted a few times. Then, he steadied himself and stared at her. There was a subtle change in his expression. The staff of constellation is not with me, the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said slowly. You don't have the staff of constellation? The Red Witch grinned. The wrinkles at the corners of her eyes rippled slightly. Without that equipment, how could Marat let you be in charge of the blood calamity? We don't have to rely on the legendary anti-mystic equipment to mobilize the calamity, Raphael said coldly. Madame Karshan did not speak. She only stared at Raphael quietly. Your prince is right in front of you, the Red Witch said softly. You know that your choice will affect his safety, right? Everyone turned to look at Thales. Thales was stunned. What? My safety? But at this moment, Thales frowned. With his back facing the Red Witch, Ralph moved his shoulder and broke free from Raphael's grip. The Phantom Wind follower quietly made a hidden gesture at him. Stall. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Stall? Thales frowned. Raphael, what is he waiting for? Raphael raised his head. I don't have that thing. Raphael's pupils narrowed. He still did not relent. Even if I did, I wouldn't give it to you. Oh. I see. The Red Witch's tone was calm and natural, as if she did not care. But in the next moment, her words made everyone frown. All right, Lord Tolja, the old woman in the red robe said softly, please, cut off one of the prince's fingers for me. Thales inhaled sharply and widened his eyes. What? Raphael closed his eyes. Hey! Cohen could not hold it in anymore. He said in dissatisfaction, he's just a child. Kalshan curled her lips and raised her arms to her abdomen, revealing her wrinkled hands. He's a Jade Star, a descendant of the imperial family. That's enough. Tolja also frowned. His gaze lingered on Thales' hands, then he turned to look at the Red Witch, seemingly dissatisfied. Really? A little boy? A finger? Kalshan looked at the Fire Knight and suddenly burst into laughter. Of course I'm joking. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. The staff of constellation that can suppress most mystics. Kalshan shook her head helplessly. Then, a smile appeared in her eyes. How can it only be worth a finger? How about an eyeball? Thales shuddered again. He was almost cut by the blade. Hey, wait a minute. Thales quickly raised his hands, but Tolja immediately turned the blade. The surface of the blade pressed against his skin, and he felt a chill. Star. Staff of constellation, right? This time, he succeeded in attracting everyone's attention. Kalshan turned her gaze to Thales. I heard that you are known for your precocious intelligence, Your Highness. The Red Witch flashed her kind smile again. But at that moment, Thales only wanted to stay as far away from that smile as possible. Kalshan said kindly, perhaps you can convince him to cooperate with us for the sake of your body's integrity? Thales gulped. He turned his gaze to Tolja, who was staring at him coldly, and smiled awkwardly. The second prince looked at Raphael, but the latter only looked at his feet. Cohen nudged Raphael, but he still did not respond. Thales took a deep breath and looked at the Red Witch, putting on an expression that said, I'm very cooperative. Stalling for time. Right. The staff of constellation. The second prince looked at the blade in front of him, drenched in sweat. That. Actually, Raphael doesn't have it with him. Kalshan stared at him without moving. Her eyelids narrowed slightly. Thales felt goosebumps under her gaze, but his face was almost numb from laughing. Is that so? Finally, the Red Witch sighed. Then you're going to lose one of your eyes. Thales was shocked. Kalshan looked at Tolja and nodded gently. Really? Miranda said unhappily. Cohen clenched his fists and gathered the power of eradication. Kalshan smiled with her eyes narrowed and shook her head at them. Hey, Madam Kalshan. However, Tolja, who controlled Thales' life and death, sighed and looked at Kalshan. He's just a child. Thales breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the Fire Knight gratefully. Is that so? Kalshan raised her eyebrows and then smiled. Then forget it, Thales did not dare to move. He watched the interaction between the Red Witch and the Fire Knight. But I heard that Lord Tolja's knife technique is exquisite and subtle, and that you can cut a fly? The old woman smiled faintly. Tolja narrowed his eyes. The Red Witch said gently, then why don't you show us, how about I cut off his right eyelash with my knife? Thales' heart clenched again. Right eyelash? Tolja snorted and looked at Thales. The knife in his hand slowly moved. It's not impossible. The golden blade grazed past Thales' eyelashes and finally stopped on his forehead. The blade gently touched his right eye, as if measuring its distance. Tolja snorted softly and his saber trembled slightly. Boy, don't blink, or you'll regret it. Feeling the coldness of the blade slowly grazing his face, Thales' heart skipped a beat. Damn it, wait, I know. He could not take it anymore. Before Tolja's blade cut down, he shouted, I know. I know where the staff of constellation is. This time, not only Kalshan and Tolja, but even the people of constellation looked at him. Tolja stopped the blade in front of his neck again. The people from the Secret Intelligence Department don't know, but you do? The Red Witch asked faintly. Her tone was filled with deep suspicion. Thales exhaled and blinked his right eye hard. After all, it belongs to the Jade Star royal family. Thales, who had recovered, smiled awkwardly. Besides, the Secret Intelligence Department did bring it, for the blood calamity. Kalshan narrowed her eyes. Oh. Thales rolled his eyes and tried hard to think about the current situation. He had to come up with an excuse that she could believe so that he could stall her. Last night, the blood calamity was sealed, Thales said with a resigned smile as he panted slightly. But I am certain that this is neither the Soul Slayer's pike nor the Star Killer's blade. The Red Witch frowned. That's right. When the Soul Slayer pike, severing Soul's blade, and their masters were found, the blood calamity had already been sealed for a long time. So, how do you know? Kalshan asked slowly. Raphael's gaze changed. His expression was subtle. Because I know. Thales licked his lips and his brain worked frantically. There's someone else who got the staff of constellation. He was the one who sealed that calamity. Kalshan's expression finally froze. Cohen and Miranda also looked at each other, bewildered. Who? She asked softly. The one who sealed the calamity? Thales took a deep breath and slowly uttered the answer he had thought of. A man, all alone. He's a strange swordsman. He gritted his teeth and said, he's holding a strange black longsword. Chapter 218. The first to react was Tolja. The Fire Knight's hand tightened slightly. Thales felt the coldness on the side of his neck deepen, the back of the golden saber was directly pressed against his skin. The second prince did not dare to move, fearing that Tolja would turn his hand around and turn his neck red. A strange, black longsword? Tolja narrowed his eyes. A man with almost no special characteristics? Thales could only nod. Interesting. The corners of Tolja's lips curled up slightly. His eyes were filled with a strong desire to fight. An acquaintance. Raphael frowned and looked at Thales with a very complicated gaze. Black sword? Kalshan gently clasped her hands together. Are you talking about Blackstreet Brotherhood's black sword? Cohen was momentarily stunned when he heard the news. Brotherhood? Why would Constellation's Blackstreet Brotherhood? I don't know. Thales opened his mouth carefully with widened eyes, afraid that his throat would come into contact with Tolja's blade when he moved. Probably. Kalshan stared at him quietly. The Secret Intelligence Department gave the staff of Constellation to Black Sword, the Red Witch said softly. Raphael did not say a word. He only stared at Thales in silence, even ignoring Cohen's action of cupping him from behind. Thales forced an awkward and ugly smile to show his tacit agreement. Please. Who the hell knows about the staff of Constellation? And that Raphael has no intention of speaking at all. Thales thought fearfully, Mr. Black Sword, I'll have to use you as a shield. You shouldn't mind. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh anyway. However, a few seconds later, the old woman suddenly laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Her eyes were filled with helplessness and amusement, as if she was watching a child fight. Murat must be very troubled by you. Liar. Thales' eyes widened slightly. Huh? The Red Witch sighed. How do you think I knew about the Secret Intelligence Department's plan in advance? Kalshan raised her wrinkled eyes. There was a deep chill in her gaze. Did I know that they wanted to use the calamities to launch a conspiracy? Thales was slightly startled. When you were still on your way to Dragon Cloud City, Prince Thales, an old friend from the Blackstreet Brotherhood used a messenger crow to ask us for help. Kalshan swept her gaze across the people in the field. Her gaze lingered on Raphael for a moment. He is being forced to the north by the Blood Bottle Gang and has no choice but to rely on your diplomat group. Thales took a few seconds to understand the meaning of this sentence. Then, he shuddered a little. In an instant, a chord was opened in his brain. His brain. His brain of a string. At that moment, he did not even care about the blade on his neck anymore. Are you talking about Ramon? Thales asked. Him? Raphael's expression was still calm and he did not say a word. On the other hand, Waya and Ralph looked at each other in astonishment. I see. Ramon didn't ask me to use a messenger crow to contact Blackstreet Brotherhood. Thales came to a realization and mumbled absent-mindedly, he wanted to contact all of you. The Red Witch sighed softly. There was a profound look in her eyes. Ramon is very quick-witted. He guessed that his predicament was the work of the Secret Intelligence Department, Kalshan said calmly. So he contacted the secret room directly. And I know Murat too well. He must be planning something. Raphael sighed when he heard this. The person from the Secret Intelligence Department looked at Thales with a strange expression. Why was a doctor of unknown origin allowed to use the diplomat group or Black Sand region's messenger Crow? And you didn't notice where he sent the message? Thales was slightly stunned. He immediately recalled the history of his contact with Ramon. He could not help but feel awkward. He could not possibly say that Ramon told him about the relevant knowledge of magic and they exchanged it, could he? But this was not what he needed to worry about the most at the moment. The people from the Brotherhood knew about the Secret Intelligence Department's conspiracy. The Red Witch walked past a few figures and shook her head slowly at him. But you said that the Secret Intelligence Department colluded with the Brotherhood and even gave the staff of Constellation to the Brotherhood's leader? Thales could only smile bitterly. I'm not as good as Murat, Kalshan said flatly. But I can still tell when it's a lie. Thales felt his scalp prickle as he met her gaze. This is bad. Kalshan snorted with a smile and looked at Raphael again. Don't beat around the bush, little friend. The Red Witch's gaze became serious. You may not have it with you, but I know you have a way to get it immediately. Raphael frowned slightly. Cohen and Miranda could not help but look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. The Secret Intelligence Department of Constellation has mastered a mysterious transmission ability since a long time ago. The corners of Kalshan's mouth curled up slightly. The Red Witch's eyes were filled with great interest. From small voice messages to large weapons and even living people, you can ignore distance and transport them to your destination in an instant. Thales was stunned. Transmission ability. Voice, ignore distance. Cohen's expression changed. Miranda also frowned. Waya, on the other hand, looked suspicious. That black hole on Raphael's arm earlier that looked like the mouth of some creature, Raphael did not speak. He still looked at the Red Witch with a calm expression. It was as if he was not even here. Give me the staff of Constellation. The leader of the secret room's expression was still gentle and amiable, but her words were getting more and more serious. If you don't want to see your prince meet with any misfortune. Thales' face immediately turned pale. Tolja snorted coldly in dissatisfaction. At this moment, a soft voice that no one had heard for a long time rang weakly from the corner of the prison cell. It was filled with grievance and dejection. From a long time ago, is that all you know? Everyone was slightly stunned. They then looked towards the corner where the voice came from. Thales could not turn his head because the back of the knife was pressed against his neck. But he was also shocked because he recognized the owner of the voice. The neglected little girl, little rascal, was leaning against the wall. Her face was pale as she trembled and looked at Kalshan. Aren't you from the secret room? Little rascal bit her lower lip tightly. Her eyes were filled with pain and fear. The secret room is the shadow cast by the dragon's wings, little rascal murmured. But why? Little rascal's expression changed, as if she had recalled the most unbearable memory. Why didn't you report to His Majesty? Little rascal's eyes were filled with tears and her entire body was trembling. You just waited for the calamity, watched them in Dragon Cloud City, watched everyone. Thales furrowed his brows. He remembered the people who ran for their lives, the people who suffocated in the air, the people who were separated from their flesh and blood, and the completely destroyed Shield District. Kalshan seemed a little surprised. She stared at the dirty little girl in the corner with a complicated expression. A few seconds later, she sighed deeply. I'm very sorry. To everyone's surprise, the Red Witch bowed slightly in Little Rascal's direction. Lady Alex Walton. Cohen's eyes widened abruptly. He stared at Little Rascal in disbelief. Miranda raised her eyebrows. Hearing this name, Little Rascal seemed to be startled. She looked at Thales with a panicked expression. But Thales still had the back of the knife pressed against his neck. He could not see her expression at all. Even if we know that Murad is behind this. The Red Witch's voice rang. The secret room is still at a loss, Kalshan said sincerely and sadly. The Secret Intelligence Department has concealed the news and their whereabouts too well. The Red Witch straightened her body and shook her head. It's too late. The Blood Mystic arrived in Dragon Cloud City a long time ago. We didn't know the Secret Intelligence Department's plan, and we had no way to defend ourselves. Kalshan's voice was low and her gaze was bleak. We could only watch the diplomat group get closer and closer. Little Rascal snapped out of her shock and fear. She clenched her fists and raised her trembling head. Then you should report this to His Majesty. The girl gritted her teeth hard. Tears could not stop flowing from her eyes. That's the king of all extensions. So many people died in Dragon Cloud City. He can definitely prevent these things from happening. The Red Witch raised her head abruptly. Her eyes suddenly lit up and she looked at Little Rascal solemnly. Our king? Madame Kalshan murmured softly and uttered the king's name. Nuvan Rikaru Kadian Walton? The person in charge of the secret room smiled faintly. Believe me, for the past 30 years, I've respected him immensely. She nodded. Her eyes were filled with respect and nostalgia. At least, during most of his reign, he was a good king. I'm already prepared to report this to him. Kalshan's expression changed and she uttered the next sentence. If he didn't hide it from me and planned to sell Dragon Cloud City to Constellation and betray Exdet in order to continue his family. Everyone's expression changed. What? The shocked Cohen could not help but ask. Little Rascal's face was pale. She stared blankly at Kalshan. Yes, my dear lady. The Red Witch sighed softly. I intercepted King Nuvan's messenger Crow to the Supreme King of Constellation. He wants to rely on the power of the nine-pointed star to save the Cloud Dragon Spear that is in danger. He wants to use the marriage between you and the young prince to intimidate the new king. Kalshan's gaze became extremely fierce. For this reason, he did not hesitate to let Constellation obtain a bargaining chip to meddle in Exdet's affairs. In the future, he even let an heir with Jadestar's blood take over the first territory of Exdet. Apart from Raphael and Thales, almost everyone widened their eyes. Even Tolja could not help but turn his head to look. Everyone's gazes simultaneously shifted to Little Rascal, then to Kalshan, and finally to the second prince who was being held hostage. At that moment, Thales only felt complicated. The scene of King Nuvan passing the ring to Little Rascal appeared before his eyes. My God! Cohen's mouth formed an O shape. He stared straight at Thales. Is this the truth behind King Nuvan wanting to form an alliance with us, Your Highness? To let the descendants of the Jadestar royal family and the Walton family inherit the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City? As the king of Exdet, the Red Witch shook her head slowly. He shouldn't have done that. There was only one thing I could do for Exdet. Raphael raised his head. A strange light flashed in his red eyes. So you went to find Lampard, he said softly. Kalshan did not speak. She only looked at the enemies before her with a calm expression. Thales stared at the Red Witch in a daze. His mind was in a mess. This is the biggest joke, the second prince muttered subconsciously. So, your betrayal was not an accident. Because of this, you want King Nuvan's life. Thales closed his eyes and sighed deeply. He felt physically and mentally exhausted. The Secret Intelligence Department and the Secret Room both want his life. You're practically working together, under these circumstances, even if King Nuvan has the army of Dragon Cloud City as his backing and the White Blade Guards as a barrier. Thales silently uttered the next sentence in his heart. How can he not die? At that moment, he really felt very annoyed. Kalshan snorted softly. Her expression was subtle. It has been hundreds of years, but the Secret Intelligence Department has always been silent. They quietly weave a night of shocking thunder in the deep clouds. The Red Witch's eyes were filled with a strange color, like a chess player who had just won. In contrast, the passive secret room can only lay eggs in the Secret Intelligence Department's nest, borrow the thunder and lightning of the Secret Intelligence Department to break all obstacles in Extet. You want to see the Extension vassals fight like beasts, bleeding non-stop? Kalshan smiled slightly. Then we'll let the fight end in the first round. Raphael could not help but clench his fists as he listened. The Red Witch tucked her hands into her sleeves again. You want both sides to fight to the death with equal strength. Then we'll push the situation completely towards one side. Cohen and Miranda exchanged a look. They saw the surprise in each other's eyes. You want Extet to descend into a chaotic situation of endless disputes over the throne and endless suspicions over power after Nuven? The leader of the secret room shook her head slightly. Then we'll give you Chapman Lampard. Raphael pursed his lips, closed his eyes, and sighed. So, Nuven lost his sight and ears, and was powerless to fight back against the Calamity and Lampard. He stared at the ground in a daze. Our backup plans all failed. I lost, Raphael said dejectedly. Kalshan snorted softly, and her expression became amiable again. I know what you're thinking, little friend. The Red Witch nodded slightly and looked at Little Rascal, who was on the verge of tears. Since things can't be done, then capture a Walton descendant and bring him back to Constellation as a bargaining chip, right? What a pity, Kalshan seemed to shake her head regretfully. The next moment, her expression became solemn. Morat, why is he in such a hurry? The Red Witch raised her head, and her eyes shone brightly. He even let a young boy like you do such a thing? Why is he in such a hurry to groom you like how he groomed his heir? The silent Raphael still did not speak. Miranda thought of something and was shocked. Kalshan, who did not get an answer, flashed a confident smile. She then spoke softly, her voice filled with exhaustion and dejection. He doesn't have much time left, does he? As soon as she said this, all the Constellations were slightly stunned. Raphael furrowed his brows even more. Tell me, how much longer can he hold on? The Red Witch said faintly. There was a hint of worry in her tone. 5 years, or 10 years? Raphael pursed his lips. Thales stared at Kalshan in a daze. Morat's figure appeared in his mind. The old man who could force Gilbert and Gines to retreat with just a word, the old man who could see through lies with his eyes. He actually, in the next second, Kalshan took a deep breath, as though she wanted to suck away all her emotions. Forget it, let's not talk about him. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Let's get back to the main topic. The Red Witch clapped her hands. As she clapped, many people walked in through the thick door. There were soldiers of Black Sand region dressed in patrol uniforms, as well as ordinary people dressed in different uniforms. There were men and women, and they looked like commoners. But they all looked at the people in the prison cell with unfriendly expressions. The soldiers of Black Sand region held their weapons and walked into the prison cell, arriving before the Constellations. The commoners walked quietly behind Kalshan, not saying a word. Thales sighed. Tolja chuckled. Seeing the scene around her, Miranda's expression changed. Cohen lowered his head in pain. What do we do now? The police officer gritted his teeth and said softly, troubled. Stay calm, Raphael replied in a low voice. The Red Witch smiled faintly. If you still refuse to hand over the staff of Constellation, you know, the prince is not the only one I can use to threaten you. There are also your companions. Raphael stared coldly at Kalshan. The Red Witch bowed slightly and nodded at him, revealing her usual kind smile. Thales looked at the numerous soldiers in the field, watching them stand in formation and block the exit. His heart turned cold. It's over. Now. He felt the chill on his neck and glanced at the indifferent Tolja. What should I do? But at this moment, boom. A deafening roar rang out. Kalshan raised her head abruptly. Gravel and dust came crashing down from above her head again, stirring up a cloud of dust in the prison cell. The soldiers of Black Sand region unsheathed their weapons subconsciously. Before anyone could react, a few figures suddenly descended from the sky. Just like Tolja before this. The Fire Knight realized that something was wrong. He quickly reacted. Thales felt his arm tighten. Tolja grabbed his right hand tightly and controlled it in front of him. The dust was so strong that Thales could not open his eyes. He could only rely on his hearing to discern the situation in the field. As the figures flashed, countless sounds of fighting could be heard in the dust. The clashing of metal and the angry shouts of the soldiers rose and fell. Swoosh. Bang. Clang. Quick, defend. Be careful. Retreat. Protect. In a short 10 seconds, accompanied by the sound of a few bodies falling to the ground, the chaotic sounds disappeared and the field gradually quieted down. The dust finally dispersed. Thales was still held tightly by Tolja, the blade never leaving his neck. The Fire Knight furrowed his brows and coldly observed the situation in the prison cell. The prince saw everything in front of him clearly. He was shocked. There was a big hole in the ceiling where the Red Witch had been standing just now. The soldiers of Black Sand region, including the people from the secret room, all retreated to the position of the thick door. They looked at the uninvited guests in front of them with nervous and surprised expressions, the invaders who had descended from the sky. They were more than 10 valiant warriors. Their gazes were fierce and their movements were agile. They were dressed in light gray armor and had machetes covering their faces. Some of them were even equipped with excellent arm shields and crossbows. At this moment, the invaders were in formation. They stood in front of the soldiers of Black Sand region, separating them from the Constellations and Tolja in the prison cell. Beside these warriors who had suddenly appeared, many enemies had already fallen. Behind the defense line, the Red Witch stood in front of Raphael and the others with an unpleasant expression. She was far away from the protection of her own people. Kalshan's situation was very bad. There was a white longsword with a strange curve in front of her neck, and her right arm was tightly clamped. The hostage-taker behind her said coldly to the soldiers of Black Sand region, "Everyone, back off, for the sake of this lady's carotid artery." Cohen stared at the invaders in a daze. He exchanged glances with Miranda and Waya, unable to hide the shock and bewilderment in his heart. Everyone was caught off guard by the sudden turn of events. "Who are these people?" the police officer asked in a low voice. Miranda shook her head and looked at Raphael, who was still silent. Looking at the warriors who had suddenly appeared, Thales' pupils shrank. Wait a minute. This attire, he carefully looked at the warriors' equipment, and then his mouth fell open in shock. Thales recognized these people. The silent confrontation lasted for a few seconds. Then, the Red Witch, who was being held hostage, sighed. "So, the rumors are true." She retracted her gaze from the blade in front of her neck and said to the hostage-taker behind her, "As expected, you built an emergency secret passage in the gatehouse?" The Red Witch narrowed her eyes. She glanced at the invaders around her, and then at her subordinates, who had been forced to retreat outside the thick door, and said in a low voice, "You can even hide from the secret room. I have really underestimated you." A low laugh came from behind her. "Snowblade and Dragon Wings, since the day Extet was founded, we have been mutually reinforcing and restraining each other." The hostage-taker revealed a pale face and leaned over to whisper into Kalshan's ear, being wary of the secret room's every move, "This is what we should do." Raphael saw the newcomer's face, and he frowned. Under Miranda's and Cohen's surprised gazes, Raphael walked forward with an unfriendly expression and arrived beside Kalshan and the invaders. "You're late," the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department said coldly to the newcomer. "You almost got us killed." The newcomer raised his eyebrows, and his pale face moved slightly. "It takes some time to gather our scattered brothers." The newcomer's gaze went past Raphael. He looked at Tolja, who was holding Thales hostage, and fearlessly cast a provocative glance at the Fire Knight. "Hey, Tolja, it's all thanks to the noise you made. Otherwise, we would have had to search for you for a long time." Tolja frowned and let out a low, unfriendly growl from his throat. Thales stared blankly at the pale-faced man and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The newcomer raised his eyebrows, and his gaze lingered on little rascal in the corner. "Also, you better be polite." The pale-faced man shook the blade in front of Kalshan's neck. "After all, I'm saving your life." The Baron Bone Kid from the Secret Intelligence Department. Chapter 219. "Don't move, madam," Nicholas said coldly to Kalshan, who was in front of him. "I'm nervous and afraid that you'll take out some special alchemy ball. So, I'm ready to rip your throat open at any time." He tapped the back of his blade with his index finger. The Red Witch lowered her shoulders and fell silent. Thales stared at Nicholas, who suddenly appeared, in surprise. He then looked at the other White Blade guards. "Nicholas?" He stared at the Star Killer, who was holding the Red Witch hostage, in confusion. "Why are you?" But Thales did not manage to continue. Tolja's grip on his shoulder suddenly tightened, and Thales hissed in pain. When Wuxia saw the prince's condition, he was so angry that he tightened his grip on his sword. Tolja dragged the back of his blade around Thales' neck, forcing him to raise his head as high as he could. Thales observed the situation in pain. Tolja and he stood in the inner layer of the prison cell, and little rascal was still behind them. The Constellatiate stood in front of them, looking nervously at the prince who was being held hostage. Nicholas, on the other hand, stood behind the Constellatiates, restraining the Red Witch. Behind Nicholas were the White Blade guards. They stood firmly by the thick door and stared at the soldiers outside with vigilance. "Beautiful move, Star Killer," the Fire Knight of Black Sand region said calmly to Nicholas, "but don't forget, I have an even more important bargaining chip." The Star Killer tilted his head and glanced at Tolja with a disdainful expression. "Then do it. Kill this prince." Nicholas snorted softly. "I've disliked him for a long time anyway." Thales widened his eyes. What? Tolja furrowed his brows. Nicholas swung the severing soul's blade on Kalshan's neck a little. It reflected the light from the everlasting lamp. He smiled faintly. "After you're done, perhaps they can give you a different nickname, such as..." The Star Killer's gaze swept past Thales and he grinned at the Fire Knight. "The second Star Killer?" Tolja glared at Nicholas fiercely, his eyes almost burning. "That's our prince." Cohen observed the stalemate. He exchanged a worried look with Wuxia and whispered, "Are we just going to watch? What else?" Miranda looked at Raphael, who was beside Nicholas, then at Tolja and Thales, who were behind them. She then swept her gaze over the White Blade guards and their enemies, and sighed softly. "This is no longer our battle." At this moment, the Red Witch who was being held hostage spoke. "White Blade guards, Extet's Dragon's Imperial Guards," she said softly. "You're standing on the wrong side." Kalshan did not seem to have the slightest awareness of having a blade pressed against her carotid artery. She smiled naturally and smoothly. "Your opponents are the people behind you, the Empire." Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. The Red Witch sighed softly as if she was extremely regretful. It was their Secret Intelligence Department who planned all of this, such as the calamity and the king's death. The expressions of the constellations, including Thales, also changed. All right. Kalshan was right, Thales thought anxiously. The second prince glanced worriedly at the white blade guards, but their expressions were hidden behind their masks. Only a pair of cold eyes could be seen. Raphael, who was standing next to Nicholas, sighed softly. Oh, this problem, it's very complicated to explain. But now. He walked to the front of the two of them and looked at Nicholas seriously. He looked at the blade in his hand that was pressing against Kalshan. Shouldn't we think of a way to escape first? Nicholas suddenly turned his head to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. His gaze was cold. Raphael endured the piercing glare and put on a fake relaxed smile. You know, the heir of the Walton family is also here. Perhaps this is not a good time to chat, especially with the Red Witch who has countless lies. Nicholas looked at the innermost part of the prison cell. Little Rascal was momentarily stunned before she realized that he was talking about her. She could not help but turn pale. If you really want to help, boy from the Secret Intelligence Department, then don't block my way. Nicholas' eyes shone with a cold glare and his tone was stern. Raphael sighed softly. Otherwise, the Star Killer continued in a harsh tone, do you want to be trapped here? Perhaps they will bury your ashes under the gatehouse. Raphael was silent for a second. He looked at Tolja and Thales behind him, then at Nicholas and the Red Witch in front of him. He raised his eyebrows slightly. I understand. At this moment, Thales raised his eyebrows. He saw Ralph make a secret sign language gesture at him. Step back. Thales was slightly stunned. For the sake of the late king, Lord Nicholas, the Red Witch said slowly, don't do anything stupid. Nicholas looked around the room. His gaze lingered on Raphael and the Red Witch for a second each. We don't need you to tell us what to do, Madame Kalshan. The Star Killer snorted coldly. There was a fierce glint in his eyes. The shame of the White Blade Guards can only be washed away with blood. The sound of palms rubbing against handles came from the White Blade Guard's hands at the same time. Kalshan's gaze became fierce and she shouted, then what do you want to do now? There was a rare hint of coldness in the Red Witch's words. After the king's unfortunate death, Exted experienced a rare disaster. All of you should stand on the kingdom's side, on the Northlanders' side. Instead of colluding with our enemies and shamelessly seeking personal gain. Kalshan's words echoed in the prison cell. Under Tolja's knife, Thales exhaled in fear. Nicholas suddenly laughed. His laughter was cold and sarcastic. Extet's disaster? Our enemies? The Star Killer gritted his teeth. The chill in his eyes was threatening. Don't pretend to be righteous, hypocritical old woman. From the moment your people started spreading fake news about the so-called disaster sword and started diverting His Majesty's attention for Lampard's actions, you betrayed him. The Red Witch narrowed her eyes. You and your informants worked together with His Majesty's enemies. You pretended to be deaf to Black Sand Region's actions until His Majesty died in a shameful assassination, until they stood here, Nicholas said coldly beside Kalshan's ear. Who do you think these brothers of the White Blade Guards managed to escape from? Thud. The White Blade Guards changed their footsteps in unison and turned sideways to face their enemies. The sudden movement made the soldiers of Black Sand Region even more nervous. Kalshan sighed. The Red Witch stared at the blade in front of her neck and said flatly, about this, if you are willing to, I swear in the name of the secret room that I can explain. Nicholas let out an indecipherable nasal sound. Why don't you explain to His Majesty? The Star Killer narrowed his eyes. Oh, I forgot, he was already killed by you and Lampard. The moment he said that, the atmosphere in the prison cell became even more tense. Don't be so narrow-minded, Lord Nicholas. The Red Witch put on a mournful expression. She glanced at Tolja and Thales. The white blade guards have never been a person's private weapon. You should be loyal to all of Extet, to Northland, Nicholas interrupted her. I am not the narrow-minded one. The Star Killer's tone was cold. If you in your secret room can't even be loyal to one person, then don't hypocritically claim that you are loyal to Extet. Madame Kalshan furrowed her brows slightly. At this moment, something strange happened. Nicholas pressed his left hand on Kalshan's back and pushed her out. Tolja's pupils immediately contracted. How? Raphael, who stood in the middle, suddenly pushed Miranda, Cohen, Waya, and the others away, perfectly avoiding the Red Witch's path. The shocked Red Witch was pushed towards Tolja and Thales, who were at the innermost part of the cell. Thales looked at Madame Kalshan, who was staggering towards them. He looked at the Constellations who moved aside to make way for her. He suddenly understood. He remembered the conversation between Raphael and Nicholas just now. It was a planned exchange between the two of them. If you really want to help, don't block my way. Tolja watched in shock as the Constellations parted and the Red Witch's figure drew closer. He hesitated for a moment. Then, Nicholas appeared behind Kalshan with a cold expression. Whoosh, the Star Killer's weapon stirred up a gust of wind. He did not hold back and slashed down towards the Red Witch's head. It was as if he was going to take her life right there and then. Tolja did not hesitate anymore. He still held on to Thales tightly as he charged towards Nicholas and the Red Witch. Clang. The Fire Knight's left hand held Thales in place, while his right hand blocked the fatal slash that the Star Killer had aimed at the Red Witch. At this moment, the frowning Red Witch managed to gain her footing by his side. But in the next moment, Nicholas' eyes suddenly shone with an unprecedented brilliance. Ah! The Star Killer roared furiously. Great power surged out of his hands. The Fire Knight's golden saber immediately let out a sharp sound of metal scraping against each other. Tolja's expression changed as he fended off the enemy with one hand. In that second, he decisively let go of Thales. He gripped the hilt of the saber with both hands and blocked the great power that Nicholas had unleashed. Thales, who had broken free from the Fire Knight's control, did not care about anything else. He followed the signal given to him by Ralph, gritted his teeth, closed his eyes, and rolled backwards. He bumped into Little Rascal, who was supporting him from behind. The two of them crashed into the wall together. The disheveled Thales no longer cared about the situation in the field. He was thinking about the conversation between Raphael and Nicholas just now. They did not just say that one sentence. Do you want to be trapped here? Trapped here? The moment this thought appeared in his mind, Thales felt a tremor under his body. What's wrong? Little Rascal asked in surprise as she hugged him. He did not know how to answer. He did not have the chance to either. Bang. There was another loud sound of earth and rocks exploding. The ground under Thales and Little Rascal suddenly sank and cracked open. Again? The thought emerged in Thales' mind. In the next second, both of them sank into the cracked ground. He did not know whether it was Ralph's psionic ability or the effect of the explosion, but the air in the room began to howl again. Dust rose, blinding everyone's vision. Thales hugged Little Rascal tightly and shut his eyes. Bang. He felt a pain in his buttocks. Then, he and Little Rascal fell into a pile of soft sand. Everything around them was dark. Thales propped himself up with difficulty. Beside him, Little Rascal's coughing could be heard continuously. Above them, the sound of a fierce struggle came from the cell they had been in earlier. They were not the only ones who fell. Your Highness. A figure pulled him up. Waya's anxious voice traveled into his ears. Are you all right? Before Thales could answer, a dozen more figures fell from the sky and crashed into the sand. Amidst the flying dust, Thales covered his mouth and nose tightly. Enduring the pain in his buttocks, he pulled Little Rascal up. He felt gloomy. Why do these people like to play this game so much? Act according to plan. Let's go. Nicholas' voice came from the darkness. There will be backup at the end of the secret tunnel. Our men will bring up the rear. Before Thales could complain, he and Little Rascal were picked up by the waist by a tall and muscular figure, one in each hand. Little Rascal cried out in surprise. Damn it! Cohen's exasperated voice rang above Thales' head. It's too dark, I can't see the road clearly. In the midst of the chaos, the sound of bodies falling and the intense sounds of weapons clashing could be heard from above. Soon, the sounds were getting closer. Star Killer. Another loud crash was heard. The Fire Knight Tolja's furious roar came from behind them. Stop them. The intense sound of metal clashing could be heard. Throw a few torches down. It was the Red Witch's voice. Even after such a huge accident, she still commanded calmly, before that, anyone who tries to move is an enemy. Thales felt a chill in his heart. The pursuers are here. Follow that mute-masked man. In the darkness and chaos, Nicholas roared as he fought against the enemies in the dark. He can sense the direction of the wind at the exit. That mute? The police officer took 2 steps forward and said impatiently, I can't even see where he is. In the darkness, Thales felt that Cohen's arm was about to choke him until he fainted. His Sin of Hell's river was activated without warning. Waves surged into Thales' eyes, and his surroundings were suddenly filled with strange colors. Shut up, big guy. Thales gritted his teeth and angrily knocked on Cohen's arm. Listen to me. The police officer, who was holding him, immediately froze. Thales forced himself to calm down. He found Ralph in the chaotic field of vision, the figure that was emitting a faint green light. He then said to Cohen, take 5 steps forward, no, 2 steps for you, then turn left. Hurry up. Thales did not feel any movement. He anxiously urged, don't just stand there. Cohen seemed to have come back to his senses. He followed Thales' instructions and took a step forward. Wow. The police officer carefully took a step forward. When he felt the solid ground beneath his feet, he asked in surprise, You can see? Thales was slightly stunned. Go straight ahead. As long as you eat more animal livers and fruits, Thales lied without batting an eyelid in the field of vision of the Sin of Hell's river. You can also find light in the darkness. In the darkness, Cohen nodded skeptically. Amidst his bewilderment, Cohen followed the path that Thales pointed out and ran after Ralph. The sounds of fighting behind them became more intense. In Thales' field of vision, a dozen of them followed Ralph and ran into a narrow tunnel in the dark. Nicholas! Tolja's furious roar came again. Don't even think about it. The next moment, a bright light suddenly shone from behind them, illuminating their surroundings. Thales narrowed his eyes and saw his surroundings clearly. The tunnel they were in was very narrow and full of dust. Even the ground was uneven and stony. Ralph took the lead, moving like the wind. Thales and Little Rascal were held in Cohen's arms, while Miranda and Waya followed closely beside him. Everyone was running nervously. The White Blade guards protected them closely behind them. Only the Star Killer and Raphael were nowhere to be seen. The light behind them grew brighter and brighter. Thales could not help but grab Cohen's arm and turn around. Then, he was stunned. There was nothing behind them. There was only a blazing fire. It was as if an invisible, huge fire snake had rushed into the small tunnel and was about to devour them. The surrounding temperature immediately rose. This is the rising sun saber. The Star Killer's furious roar came from behind them. Damn it, Secret Intelligence Department. If you don't want to be roasted, get out of the way. Amidst the fire, two figures appeared in Thale's eyes, which had been modified by the sin of Hell's river. One of the figures emitted a light that was like countless needles, scattering in all directions. He pushed the other gray figure away. Then, the hedgehog-like figure, probably Nicholas, suddenly swung his saber at the back of the tunnel. The next moment, the fire snake seemed to have crashed into an invisible barrier and was blocked in front of the two. It was like a vertical wall of fire. This reminded Thales of the air mystic's air wall. But he could see clearly in his field of vision that the thing that blocked the flames was another strange, invisible barrier that glowed yellow. It was connected to Nicholas severing Soul's blade, which was also glowing yellow. "You can't run." The Fire Knight's furious roar came from behind the flames. "Do you still have alchemy balls? The ones that can explode?" In front of the fire, the gray figure turned around and asked Nicholas, who was beside him, "You can't hold them off for long. They will catch up to us sooner or later." Thales could tell that it was Raphael. Just now was the last of the guard's stock. "If we use them, we'll have one less." In the field of vision of the sin of Hell's river, Nicholas, who looked like a glowing hedgehog, raised the severing soul's blade and blocked the growing flames. "Is there really no more?" Raphael's voice came. "Do you think that's a snowball made by hand?" Nicholas turned his head and said angrily to the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, "Do you think you can take one out so easily?" Raphael did not speak. He turned around abruptly and swung his left hand in the direction of the flames. A ball-shaped object was flung out by him. "Damn it!" When he saw the ball, Nicholas shouted in exasperation, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Then, he and Raphael both turned around and dashed out. The moment the Star Killer turned around, the raging flames seemed to have lost the obstruction of the barrier and surged towards them fiercely. In the next second, bang. Following the violent explosion, Thales felt his field of vision suddenly shake. Another cloud of dust flew into the air. Everyone could not help but cough. Their legs became unsteady. Boom. The rumbling explosion was accompanied by the sound of countless rocks and soil pouring down. Everyone could not help but stop in their tracks and turn their heads to look behind them. The flames gradually became smaller until they completely disappeared. What disappeared along with them were the two figures. Thales narrowed his eyes and opened his mouth in surprise. He knew that the tunnel behind him had collapsed. The surroundings returned to darkness and silence. Only the sound of everyone's panting rose and fell. "My God!" This was Waya's panicked voice, they, don't stop. No matter what happens behind you, don't stop. This was an unfamiliar voice. It was probably one of the White Blade guards. His words were filled with long-suppressed anger. "Go." Miranda's decisive voice rang in the darkness, "I'll go find them." Cohen was stunned. But, in the next second, the sound of Miranda's light footsteps was already far away. "Don't just stand there." A White Blade guard said coldly, "We're not out of danger yet." Cohen exhaled unwillingly. Thales could feel him turning his head to look at the darkness behind them. Thales sighed. "If you're worried, then go and take a look." Thales felt Cohen's arm tighten. "Let me take His Highness." Waya panted. "He can't be trapped here." Cohen shuddered slightly. A few seconds later. F***CK. The police officer cursed. In the next second, Cohen stomped his foot fiercely. Then, he turned around and strode away. The group of people followed Ralph and hurried on their way without making a sound. They kept running. In the seemingly endless tunnel. Amidst the seemingly endless danger. In the bottomless darkness. Running toward the only way out. Thales stared at the darkness behind him in a daze. The sin of Hell's river kept gathering in his eyes. A few minutes passed. Finally, Thales' eyes moved. In the deep darkness behind him, a glowing porcupine-like figure appeared. Then, a grayish figure appeared. And a figure that was emitting white light. Because there's only one, of course we have to be careful. Raphael's voice came faintly from the darkness. I don't have the habit of bringing the alchemy ball around. Nicholas, Raphael, and Miranda caught up with them. Oh my God. Oh. Cohen heard Raphael's voice. He turned his head and did not even care that he tripped. I thought you were really buried inside. Beside Raphael, the Star Killer mumbled something in a low voice. His voice clearly traveled into Thales's ears amidst the messy footsteps. He seemed to be saying, miser. Thales breathed a sigh of relief. They escaped. All right. Nicholas' voice came. It was a lot calmer than before. There should be no more danger. After all, we're in the secret passage. The group probably knew that they had escaped danger. Their footsteps slowed down and they started walking. Thales and Little Rascal were put down. Thales leaned against the wall and subconsciously patted his chest. His mind was blank. He felt that he had passed another obstacle. Speaking of which. Cohen's puzzled voice came from the darkness. Why don't you light a fire? The police officer said impatiently, do you have to run like a blind man? The ventilation here isn't very good, Nicholas said flatly. If you want to suffocate to death, of course you can. Cohen immediately fell silent. Right. In the darkness, Waya leaned against the wall and panted slightly. Isn't this gatehouse the line of defense to protect Heroic Spirit Palace? How can there be a secret passage to sneak in? The tunnel was silent for a moment. During the Third Peninsular War, Nicholas' voice came leisurely, the Night Wing King occupied the other districts. Only Axe District, this place, and Heroic Spirit Palace were left. When Heroic Spirit Palace was isolated and helpless, sealed off from all sides, and cut off from supplies, this was the last chance of survival the Northlanders dug out. Phew. Cohen exhaled. His tone was filled with the joy of escaping from a great disaster. Thank you, Night Wing King. You're so great. Everyone fell silent. Even if he could not see, Cohen could feel the Northlanders' murderous gazes in that instant. The sound of Miranda's elbow came from the darkness. And Cohen's pained cry. I was just. A few seconds later, the police officer's awkward voice rose. Just kidding. After the war, this secret passage became top secret. Even the secret room had to be kept a secret. Nicholas snorted in disdain. Only the commanders of the White Blade Guards of every generation knew about it. In the darkness, the Constellation's footsteps suddenly came to a halt. Even the White Blade Guards stopped in their tracks. Thales was stunned. Wait. The prince raised his head and looked at the needle-like figure in his field of vision. His tone was full of surprise and bewilderment. Are you talking about the commanders of the White Blade Guards of every generation? Nicholas said nonchalantly, yes, what's wrong? Cohen sucked in a cold breath. Miranda, on the other hand, sighed. The commanders of every generation. Thales exhaled in pain. Was the commander before you also considered the previous generation? Nicholas' breathing instantly froze. Raphael sensed that something was wrong. His questioning voice rose behind him. Is there a problem? Thales turned his head. With the vision given to him by the sin of Hell's River, he looked at the front of the tunnel. It was pitch black in front of them. It was their only way out. Yes. In the darkness, Thales said weakly, Anne. Chapter 220. In the dark, Thales followed the fleeing crowd and walked anxiously. The White Blade Guards had already divided into 3 teams. One team went forward to scout for danger, and another team stayed behind to guard against possible pursuers. The last group of guards stood guard around them. Nicholas walked at the front of the team and sighed deeply in the dark. "When did this happen?" he asked hoarsely. No one answered him. Then, Miranda's voice came from the side. "If I had to guess," the swordswoman said flatly, "it was from the beginning." Nicholas was silent for a second. "He might have just been tricked," the current commander of the White Blade Guard said dejectedly. "You know, Black Sand region fabricated information about the disaster swords and passed it to Caslin," Thales exhaled. He felt the mental exhaustion begin to attack him again. "No matter what lies ahead, please, hurry up and end it." "Enough," the impatient Cohen replied to the Star Killer. He walked at the back of the team and his voice was a little loud. "Your hypocritical former boss personally appeared to deal with us," the police officer said mockingly. "He hid among the soldiers of Black Sand region and knocked me down with 2 punches. Then you should feel honored." Nicholas raised his head abruptly. Suppressing his anger, he said coldly in the dark, "Not everyone is qualified to take 2 punches from Caslin." Cohen furrowed his brows and was about to retort, but Raphael interrupted him. Raphael narrowed his eyes. "To be able to persuade the ground shaker to help. Now we know how they quietly and effortlessly deceived us into opening the gatehouse." Nicholas lowered his head and did not speak. No one saw that at that moment, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. Thales thought of something. "Wait, if Caslin knew about this secret passage from the beginning," the prince muttered in the team, "then how did you still have the chance to sneak in?" Nicholas raised his head. But the person who answered was Cohen. "Maybe he wanted to wait for all the White Blade Guards to arrive," the police officer said through gritted teeth, "then finish us off again." The others did not speak. The atmosphere became very oppressive. "Look, they were guarding us." First, they waited for the Secret Intelligence Department, then the White Blade Guards. Before Cohen finished speaking, he said indignantly, "Besieging the enemy and attacking the reinforcements, is there a more vivid tactical example than this?" Nicholas punched the wall fiercely. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Even in the darkness, everyone looked at him. The Star Killer raised his head and exhaled. Nicholas' gaze turned cold again. "Go to hell, Caslin," the Star Killer said coldly. Raphael snorted softly, his meaning unclear. At this moment. Perhaps, outside of the debate." Thales' voice cut in abruptly. There was a hint of fatigue in his voice. "What should we do?" The second prince said quietly, "If this is the only exit of the secret passage," Nicholas clenched his fists lightly. The Star Killer suddenly laughed. "We don't have a choice," he said softly, "don't we?" Therefore, the group of people could only continue to walk on the secret passage in a strange atmosphere. Waiting for the unknown dangers on the road ahead. Walking towards the equally mysterious exit. Thales sighed softly. But at this moment, he could only abandon all distracting thoughts and focus on moving forward with the team. Another child's figure moved to his side. A soft and gentle voice traveled into his ears. "Thales. I can't escape, can I?" Little Rascal's expression could not be seen in the darkness, but Thales could hear the sadness and despair in her voice. Thales sighed. He was already annoyed. Right now, he was not in the mood to comfort the little girl. "Don't worry," Thales said absent-mindedly. "Even if there's an ambush ahead, we'll definitely find a way to escape," but Little Rascal's voice suddenly grew louder. "No." She seemed to be a little agitated. Thales was slightly stunned. "I'm not talking about that." She panted in the darkness, her voice terrified. "I mean, they all found me, I can't escape, I can't leave." Little Rascal's reaction even made Nicholas and the others, who were talking on the other side, involuntarily look at her. It was only then that Thales realized what little rascal was talking about. She means. Thales moved closer to little rascal. The second prince held his breath. He felt little rascal's body rise and fall slightly beside him. They called me Miss Walton. Little rascal whispered quietly, trying her best to keep her body steady. But Thales could still feel the fear in her heart. Thales' mood darkened. They won't let me go. Little rascal had already unknowingly sounded like she was about to cry. So that's how it is. They had agreed in the butcher's shop. This little maid had planned to sneak away after escaping danger. But now, Thales raised his head and glanced in the direction of Nicholas and the others. The white blade guards found her, the red witch recognized her, and Lampard knew that she was here. King Nuvan had not only left her a ring, an identity, but also a curse. A curse that once she joined the game, she could not leave it. The prince's heart was filled with sadness. Not only that. Thales immediately thought of the present after King Nuvan's death. Dragon Cloud City was in chaos. The Walton family's future was in jeopardy. The Cloud Dragon Spear might not be able to rule this city anymore. Extet, the kingdom of the great dragon with 600 years of history, was about to fall into an unknown whirlpool. Its future was uncertain, and its fate was uncertain. Also, Lampard was leading his army and vassals to pin the crime of assassinating the king on Thales' head, even though he was not completely innocent as the Prince of Constellation. He was continuing to carry out his conspiracy in the dark that no one knew about. What does that ambitious and ruthless person want to do? Where will he bring Dragon Cloud City, Extet, and the two powerful countries in the Western Peninsula? And these, Thales turned his head. In the darkness, he could vaguely make out the little maid's silhouette. Were these things really something that this little girl, who had experienced life and death in a single night and was sobbing softly in the darkness, could bear? Thales sighed softly. He felt little rascal's hand in the darkness. It was a pair of small, dusty hands, trembling and cold. Little rascal's hand shrank slightly. Are you afraid? Thales asked softly, using his softest tone. Little rascal's sobs stopped for a moment. Yes. She nodded in the darkness where no one could see. I'm sorry, but it's right to be afraid, Thales said flatly. Little rascal's breathing suddenly froze. I'm as afraid as you are, Thales' voice rang beside her ear. Little rascal was stunned. So we have to remember it. The prince recalled that night in Red Street Market. He could not help but clench his fists slightly. Remember this fear of being at the mercy of others, of being unable to make your own choices. I hate this feeling, Thales muttered. This disgust even surpasses the fear I feel. Little rascal did not speak. She listened to Thales quietly. So, try to hate it. Hate this situation where you have no choice but to become a Walton. Thales held her hand gently. Then, you will no longer feel afraid of becoming a Walton. Little rascal said softly, disgust? Thales pressed his hand against hers. Yes. It is precisely because of this disgust, to avoid this fear, to be able to choose freely one day, that we will become stronger, he said in an unquestionable tone. No matter who you want to become, there is no need to be afraid. When you can face the future without fear. The prince took a deep breath. For some reason, at that moment, Lady Jine's figure actually appeared before his eyes. It was the day she wore high-heeled boots and strode valiantly into the Hall of Stars alone and arrogantly behind the king. It was the unique demeanor she had when she turned a blind eye to the countless gazes around her. Thales' pupils constricted slightly. At that time, you will definitely not be controlled by anything, and will definitely be able to make your own choice. Little rascal sniffed and fell silent. Thales, on the other hand, was lost in his own thoughts and did not speak. Soon, the first batch of white blade guards returned to meet up with them. When they heard their footsteps, Cohen and the others nervously unsheathed their swords. However, the other party brought a few strange pieces of news. What? You didn't find anything? Nicholas furrowed his brows. No. One of the leading guards shook his head in the dark and answered his superior's question, whether it's an ambush, a trap, or someone in the open, we didn't find anything. We're already at the exit. The Star Killer furrowed his brows slightly. Is this normal? Raphael's voice came from behind. Nicholas shook his head. It shouldn't be like this, the commander of the White Blade Guards muttered. Caslin should know about this secret passage. Cohen's voice also came from behind. Could it be that he still doesn't know about this place? It's possible, Miranda said softly. Or he was delayed by something. Maybe they're lying in ambush outside the exit. Wyatt raised his eyebrows. His voice was filled with worry. Waiting to catch us all in one go. Thales exhaled through his nose and interrupted them with a sound. All right. The second prince felt a headache coming on. It's useless no matter what we say. Thales said dejectedly, no matter what's waiting in front of us, we only have one answer, don't we? They could only move forward. There was no way out. Just like how he did on the battlefield in front of the fortress. They could only move forward. Everyone in the darkness fell silent again. With an indescribable sense of nervousness, they continued on their way. For a few minutes, only the sound of hurried footsteps could be heard in the darkness of the secret passage. The pitch-black darkness, the dull and monotonous rhythm, and the fear in their hearts caused the atmosphere to become more and more solemn. Because of this, Thales could only count the number of steps in his heart to relieve his increasingly depressed state of mind. Finally, when Thales did not know whether it was the 728th or the 827th step, the walls on both sides of the road in front of them began to reflect a faint light. Everyone's spirits were lifted. But their nerves, which had just relaxed and eased, also tensed up. That's the exit. Nicholas placed his hand on the hilt of his knife and whispered to the people behind him. Be careful. The group immediately fell silent. Cohen exhaled, shrugged his shoulders, and slowed down his pace. Miranda and Raphael remained silent, as if they had a tacit understanding. Thales did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid that he would startle some unknown entity. But as their field of vision became brighter, they moved forward faster and faster. As they gradually approached the exit, the light in front of them grew brighter. Then, the exit appeared clearly in front of them. At the end of the dark tunnel, there was a hole that emitted a piercing white light. Nicholas sighed. Everyone's nerves also relaxed. It was not because of safety, but because they had been in a dark and oppressive environment for a long time, even their minds had become abnormal. So, the moment they saw the exit, they felt as if the thing they had been anxiously waiting for had finally come to an end. Even though, this is not a good outcome. A silhouette stood at the exit quietly. Thales' heart sank. Is it the person who will receive us? He asked softly. Of course not. Nicholas shook his head. He no longer lowered his voice. He's not stupid enough to stand at the hole. The Star Killer's expression became very calm. He seemed a little relieved. Cohen sighed. The White Blade Guards quietly spread out and protected Little Rascal's surroundings. Miranda pressed her hand on the hilt of her sword and opened her mouth slightly. Are you ready to fight? Raphael narrowed his eyes. Did you see who that was? I couldn't see his face clearly. The corners of Miranda's lips curled up slightly. But that figure is too familiar. Cohen frowned. Familiar? You mean Croche? Nicholas ignored the argument behind him. He gestured to the people behind him and strode forward alone. He walked towards that figure. The figure turned his head slightly. Light shone on his face. When everyone saw the person's face clearly, they were suddenly shocked. That was not the ground shaker, not Caslin. We meet again. Nicholas walked 10 steps away from the person and sighed softly. Madame Calchon. In front of him, the Red Witch smiled slightly and nodded amiably as usual. Thales stared in disbelief at the Red Witch who appeared before him again. He turned his head to look behind him, then turned back to look at Calchon. How could she be so fast? As expected, Caslin told you about this secret passage, Nicholas said coldly. The Red Witch smiled faintly. I only found out about it just now. Don't blame him. The old woman observed Nicholas' position and then raised her eyebrows slightly. It's close enough, Lord Nicholas. The Star Killer stopped in his tracks. His hand was still pressed on the severing soul's blade. Where is he? Nicholas had to squint because of the backlight. He could not see the situation outside the cave clearly. Calchon looked at him and sighed. He won't show up. Nicholas tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade. Humph, Nicholas looked elsewhere. His voice was full of disdain. Coward. Behind him, Thales frowned. They're standing too far away. They can't hear anything. He tried to activate the Sin of Hell's River, but he had used up too much of his power of eradication while searching for the way in the secret passage. He called out a few times, but the Sin of Hell's River did not respond. Miranda had a strange look on her face. Why is it only the Red Witch? Maybe it's an old trick. Cohen shielded Thales' side tightly and looked around suspiciously. That big guy with the blade might be hiding in some gutter, planning to suddenly jump out like the last time. Be on guard, Raphael said calmly. This time, we don't have backup. Hey, Waya said softly, when will they start fighting? Thales watched the two of them talking. His heart was heavy. We'll find out. Nicholas' gaze returned to Calchon. What about you? Where's Tolja? The Star Killer sized up Calchon and estimated the distance between them. He said coldly, where's your ambush? The Red Witch sighed slowly. Outside. Calchon nodded and bowed slightly. Archers you can't imagine are lying in ambush in the most tricky corners. They're all good snipers and assassins in the secret room. As for Black Sand region, I didn't plan to let them participate in this hunt. Nicholas' pupils shrank slightly. He hated this feeling. It was the feeling of being locked down on the battlefield. His eyes gradually got used to the light. He looked through the hole and saw the scene outside. It was still empty. Nicholas looked back into the Red Witch's eyes. His pale face moved slightly. Aren't you afraid that I'll hold you hostage again? Calchon flashed a friendly smile. Oh, I'm prepared this time. I'm afraid you won't have it so easy. The uneasiness in Nicholas' heart grew stronger. He fixed his gaze on the old woman and did not speak again. Then what are you waiting for? The Star Killer said coldly. Do it. Or do you think that as long as you block this place, we'll surrender obediently? But to his surprise, Calchon shook her head. Of course not. I do have all the advantages, the Red Witch said flatly. But that's not what I want. Pointless violence and death won't help. We haven't finished talking either. It's only a conversation between the White Blade guards and the secret room. It's only between the blade and wing. Nicholas was slightly startled. Chapter 221. Anti-theft. Do not subscribe, change back later. If Thales were to make a list of most trusted people in the Constellation Court, Yodel, who never showed his face, would undoubtedly be at the top. From the escape from Red Street Market to the danger he encountered in Vine Manor, to the assassination in front of Renaissance Palace, the masked protector had risked his life to save Thales many times. The most recent time, he almost lost his life for Thales. Not only that, the masked protector was the only person in the constellation court who knew his identity as a calamity and still kept his secret. Thales especially cherished this. But now, when he heard Yodel's name in the kingdom of the great dragon, Thales realized that he knew very little about this mysterious secret protector of the royal family. He knew nothing about him, whether it was his appearance, age, background, personality, or experience. He could not help but be ashamed to admit that Yodel was more like a familiar stranger to him. Yodel had sacrificed a lot for him, but he had never cared about his condition. No, there is. Thales thought, Gilbert told me that Yodel and the 5 war generals of Extet have a deep grudge. For example, he stabbed the Fire Knight of Black Sand region, Tolja, in the back. This was also the reason why he could not come to Extet. And now, a roar of laughter came from the other side of the hall. It seemed like a dozen Northland nobles were playing some game. Thales then turned his attention back to the kind old woman in front of him. This old woman from Extet claimed that she was Yodel's. Thales sized up the old woman named Kalshan, trying hard to find similarities between the two of them other than the fact that they were mysterious. He hesitated and said, "Mother, please do not doubt me. At my age, I will not joke about my son." Kalshan smiled and shook her head. Thales nodded awkwardly and looked at Putre for help. "What's going on? Who is this old woman?" But Putre still stared at the old woman with a vigilant expression. He shook his head slightly when Thales glanced at him. "I haven't seen him for a long time. I miss him a lot." Kalshan did not seem to care about the exchange between Thales and Putre. Her eyes were filled with nostalgia and love as she spoke. "That child has been a man of few words since he was young. He has a stubborn temper and is clumsy in expressing himself. It is really worrying when he is alone outside. During the days he served the royal family, he must have brought you a lot of trouble." Thales was stunned. Few words. He had a stubborn temper. Poor expression. The silent figure of the masked guard appeared in front of him. What followed was the words Yodel said when he confronted Thales in Mindy's hall and when he mysteriously appeared in the Hall of Stars. "You will be better than him. Please do not worry." Thales pursed his lips as he reminisced. "I believe that he is very well now." Another uproar came from the noisy hall. 2 guests actually started fighting on the table. Thales suddenly realized that he was subconsciously following Kalshan's words and continuing to speak. He quickly shut his mouth and looked at Kalshan warily. However, the other party still smiled in a friendly manner. "I'm relieved to know that he's doing well. Please forgive his shortcomings. After all, as a mother, I still understand my child." Kalshan nodded in relief. Then, she sighed and said, "Little Yoder has a rare kind heart." Thales flashed an ugly smile. The scene of Yodel swinging his sword in the dark and taking a person's life appeared before his eyes. Benevolent? He could not help but feel puzzled. Yodel's mother? Why is she in Extet? This old lady, wait a minute. Old lady? A memory flashed through his mind like lightning. Ah! Thales looked at Kalshan. He shuddered and cried out in surprise. The old woman was still smiling at the second prince of Constellation. Her posture was elegant and her expression was kind. Thales remembered. On the day he left Eternal Star City and set off for Extet, the king and suzerains came to see him off. The last person who came forward to talk to him was a terrifying old man dressed in black and holding a cane. "When you reach Extet, please help this old man pass a message to an old woman. You will know when you see her. Don't tell me you are." Thales widened his eyes. Kalshan was still smiling kindly. I'm sorry, but Senior seemed to have mentioned something related to you." Thales realized that he had lost his composure and said embarrassedly, "You know, Senior?" The old woman, Kalshan's smile became even brighter. Let me guess, is it a sinister old man who likes to hide in the dark and wears black all day long? I heard that he has started using a cane in recent years. Thales frowned. Do you know Murat? His vigilance was immediately raised to the highest. A person who can be specially mentioned by the head of the Secret Intelligence Department. Other than dangerous, he really can't think of any other adjective. Hearing the Black Prophet's name, Putre frowned and looked at his prince. I can imagine how you feel, Your Highness. Kalshan smiled. I think, knowing him is not something to be happy about, is it? Thales had an answer. Maybe Murat is reminding and warning me. The second prince sighed. He said, if I meet an old woman in Extet who takes the initiative to come up to me. I'm sorry, these are Murat's exact words. It's okay. That old man looks polite, but he doesn't know what manners are. Kalshan shook her head nonchalantly, and the wrinkles on her face smoothed out. Heartbreakers are best at provoking people's hearts. I won't fall for it. Heartbreaker? Thales opened his mouth slightly in surprise, then tried his best to close it. There's a lot of information contained in this sentence. He tilted his head and said awkwardly, in fact, the Black Prophet. I mean, Lord Murat Hansen, asked me to bring you a message. He actually asked a prince to bring me a message. Kalshan raised her eyebrows. Under her narrowed eyelids, a pair of smiling eyes were revealed. I'm really looking forward to it, Your Highness. Thales only felt that the old woman's kind smile in front of him gave him a lot of pressure. Compared to the overbearing, almost tangible pressure he felt when he faced the Black Prophet, this Granny Kalshan revealed information that made him frown with a gentle and friendly attitude. It really made him feel awkward and helpless, and he did not know how to defend himself. He said. Thales laughed dryly. Don't cross the line. As soon as he finished speaking, Thales suddenly realized that the old woman in front of him revealed a strange expression. Don't cross the line. Kalshan closed her eyes and took a deep breath. She sighed and lowered her head. Her expression was complicated and indecipherable. She murmured faintly, so what? Before the puzzled Thales could react, Kalshan put away her reminiscence and smiled again. You're in a difficult situation now, Your Highness. You're struggling to survive in the gap between Constellation and the Dragon, and you're also struggling to stay afloat in the maelstrom between the king and the Archduke. Kalshan sized up Thales with a gentle gaze. But please believe me, compared to Murat, these are not worth mentioning. The next moment, under Thales and Putre's puzzled expressions, the old woman nodded gracefully and turned to leave. Thank you for your time. Thales retracted his gaze from the old woman's slowly departing figure. He could not help but notice that all the nobles, servants, and guards on the old woman's path bowed respectfully to her and made way for her. Thales frowned. He could roughly guess the other party's identity. Oh my God, Waya exclaimed softly behind them. I just saw the Red Witch. Thales turned his head and looked at his attendant. I'm sorry, I thought they all. Waya's face was full of surprise. You know, they don't easily appear in front of people. Them? Thales exhaled and helplessly grabbed a piece of buttered bread. So, my guess was right? That Granny Kalshan, she is, that's right, Putre replied with a solemn expression, using the bardic poem he was good at. The stars shine, and the dim places are pitch black. The great dragon soars in the sky, and the shadows under its wings are endless. Thales and Waya looked at the barred vice-diplomat together. That lady is a terrifying figure who is as famous as the Black Prophet of the kingdom's secret intelligence department. Putre's eyes were filled with fierceness as he said softly, she is the person with the highest authority in Extet's secret room. The Red Witch, Kalshan. Thales, who had a huge headache, rolled his eyes. To be able to establish a foothold in Extet's palace as a woman and let people call her the evil witch legend. Be careful, Your Highness. She's definitely not just here to watch the show. You may not believe me when I say this, but after I saw that lady, Thales put the bread into his mouth dejectedly and looked at the two Northlanders who were fighting fiercely with their bare fists in the distance. He said listlessly, I miss Murat so much now. Also, who is Yodel? Putre looked at Thales doubtfully. Does he serve the royal family? This, a royal secret. Thales picked up an iron fork and stabbed it into the onion in front of him. The secret protector of the Supreme King of Constellation is actually the son of Extet's head of intelligence. Sigh, another bottomless pit of gossip. In this banquet specially organized for the Prince of Constellation's arrival and the gathering of the 5 archdukes, the Prince of Constellation, as the one being welcomed in name, was undoubtedly neglected. Fortunately, nothing troublesome happened. Some Northland nobles who were here to watch the show would occasionally come up to greet him, and Thales could also return their greetings appropriately under Putre's advice. It was not as if there were no drunkards who came up to provoke him. But Lord Merk could always mobilize his men at the right time and drag away waves of drunkards. Chapter 222. The stern-looking, white-haired Count Liesban was sitting at the long table in the Sword District's disciplinary hall. He raised his head with a stern expression and asked aloud, Say that again? In front of him, a lean and strong middle-aged Northland noble bowed slightly with a stern expression. This middle-aged noble was dressed in regular clothes. His every move carried the military style that even the day before the bitter cold winter could not wash away. A soldier discovered it. The person in charge of the disciplinary hall, the chief garrison officer of the capital, Viscount Lisden, narrowed his eyes. The routine report sent back from Heroic Spirit Palace is very strange. The password at the gatehouse is not quite right. His expression turned cold and his eyes shone with a light that was as sharp as a sword's edge. It seems to have been tampered with, Your Excellency. Count Liesban frowned. As the Prime Minister who had served King Nuvan for many years and the most trusted vassal of Dragon Cloud City, Count Liesban was always the last person to speak at the Imperial Conference. His words were usually the final word. For example, the resolution passed a month ago to allow the troublesome Prince of Constellation to come to Extet. Ever since King Nuvan personally handed him the ring that symbolized the authority of the Prime Minister, Count Liesban had been through countless storms in his political career that spanned decades. He could be said to have seen many things. But at this moment, Liesban felt that everything he had experienced in the past 2 days was almost equivalent to the first half of his life. First, the king summoned all the archdukes to a room. Liesban stood in the Hall of Heroes with a frown as he watched King Nuvan propose a duel that was almost suicidal. Then, he watched King Nuvan kill Pofret on the spot to avenge his second son and intimidate the other archdukes. As a result, the long-discussed plan to dispatch troops by the king and the Imperial Conference had to be pushed forward. But the calamity and Kilika that came at night woke up almost everyone in Dragon Cloud City from their sweet dreams. Then, the great dragon, which had not been seen for hundreds of years, came again. Then, Liesban encountered the biggest problem in his life. The king was missing. Liesban had seen the bloody battle in the 38th century ground 20 years ago, experienced the most dangerous day before the bitter cold winter 16 years ago, received the bad news of Prince Soria's defeat in the Battle of White Mountain, learned of the dangerous situation of the glacier orcs causing a massive uproar, had a headache over the tense situation of the Archduke of Black Sand region dying in battle, and had faced the dangerous situation of insufficient supplies during the war with Constellation. But none of them could compare to the current situation. The various strange things in Dragon Cloud City made him fearful and extremely anxious. Heroic Spirit Palace. The Gatehouse. The Prime Minister felt that there was one more thing on his mind. But he seemed to have vaguely grasped something. It might be the answer to the question. Liesban turned his head. His Majesty still hasn't been found? No news from the White Blade Guards either? Where's Nicholas? Viscount Lysden's face darkened. No. Only a few scattered White Blade Guards. They survived the battle against the calamities with heavy injuries. They know nothing. Lysden shook his head. Also, the rumors in the city are growing. Count Lisban nodded and sighed. Rumors, the Prime Minister muttered. Rumors about the Constellations assassinating His Majesty? Impossible. Lisban furrowed his brows. His Majesty worked with the Prince of Constellation last night to uncover the traitor among the Archdukes. But, what about the Prince of Constellation? And His Majesty's granddaughter? Prime Minister Lisban raised his head and looked at Lysden. His Majesty was also looking for them, wasn't he? Viscount Lysden still shook his head. His Majesty gave this task to the secret room, but he hasn't seen Madame Calchon for a long time. The veins on the back of Count Lisban's hand tightened. What a bad feeling. He exhaled deeply, his expression solemn. After the great dragon appeared, Dragon Cloud City was actually in chaos. The Prime Minister raised his head. Is there anything else unusual? Yes. Viscount Lysden's eyes shone. The number of patrols. At that moment, the gazes of the two high-ranking officials moved simultaneously. Go on, Count Lisban said flatly. The chaos in the city has not ended, and the martial law around Shield District has not been lifted. But, Viscount Lysden said cautiously, 2 disciplinary officers under me reported that they saw at least 2 patrols coming out of Shield District. I have already sent people to investigate, he said solemnly. Lisban did not speak. But the clues were already connected. The password of the gatehouse is not that easy to tamper with. The Prime Minister frowned. Combined with this strange information, my God. His expression did not change, but his tone was filled with unease. Viscount Lysden's expression changed. You mean, Prime Minister Lisban nodded. His expression was solemn. I'm afraid something has happened at the first gatehouse in front of Heroic Spirit Palace. The chief garrison officer clenched his fist. No way. The Viscount exhaled in disbelief. Those are the soldiers of a gatehouse. And behind them are the reinforcements from Heroic Spirit Palace. Speaking of this, Lysden's eyebrows twitched again. There are 4 archdukes in Heroic Spirit Palace. He murmured, don't tell me they're working together. No, it's too early to say. The Prime Minister waved his hand. A deep suspicion surged in his heart. But there's only one thing I'm sure of. Before there's news from His Majesty, we can't sit here and wait. Lisban raised his head. His gaze was sharp. We have to at least inform the 4 archdukes. Lysden frowned. If they're really behind the scenes, then it'll be time for them to give themselves away. Lisban clenched his fists. His heart was in a mess. I hope His Majesty is safe, but once, he did not continue. But Lysden knew the worry in the Prime Minister's heart. Once something happened in Dragon Cloud City, could they still detain or even kill the 4 archdukes? Then, they would truly become extant sinners. What are you going to do? Viscount Lysden paused for a moment. His expression was worried. Without the king's warrant, we can't directly recruit militia. Or do you want to recruit your own troops? Or can we write a letter ourselves and summon the counts outside the city? Lisban did not speak. In a situation where the king was missing, a count and a viscount would privately lead troops, and even summon the vassals to lead troops into the capital. Both of them knew what this decision entailed. No. This is not conventional, and it'll take too much time. Count Lisban stood up and shook his head. I have a feeling that by that time, it'll be too late. Give up on the usual means of communication. Release the messenger crow and contact Heroic Spirit Palace. See the Archduke's reaction. His pupils shrank slightly. Also, gather the military forces of the main disciplinary hall and recall the existing patrols. We'll bring our current military forces and rush to the gatehouse. We'll see who's behind this. Whether it's the cowards from Constellation. Or someone else. Prime Minister Lisban thought to himself. Nicholas frowned with a serious expression. Kalshan, on the other hand, flashed a gentle smile again. Thales, on the other hand, looked puzzled. In the next second, the Red Witch leaned forward and whispered something into Nicholas' ear. That's strange, her voice was too soft. Thales frowned. The Red Witch was speaking in a whisper, and he could not hear her clearly. But this did not stop him from seeing Nicholas' back suddenly tremble. His guarantee, is it? Kalshan's voice was intermittent. Thales felt as if there were countless ants crawling over his heart, this feeling of only listening to half of what she said, it's really annoying. Nicholas froze for a moment. Then, the Star Killer sighed and leaned over to the Red Witch's ear. He also whispered something into her ear. He still has blood, Thales sighed. He still did not hear anything. Compared to Thales, who could eavesdrop, the people standing a distance away from the two felt anxious. They watched anxiously, but did not dare to act rashly. Are they going to drink? Cohen raised his eyebrows and mocked. But just as he finished speaking, the masters of the secret room and White Blade ended their conversation. Nicholas turned around and absent-mindedly walked towards the others. The Red Witch raised her head and smiled at the group. Then, she bowed slightly, turned around, and left the cave. Watching the two separate, Thales had inexplicable questions in his heart. What's going on? The White Blade guards and the secret room, what are they? At that moment, Raphael, Miranda, Cohen, Waya, Ralph, and the other White Blade guards all looked at the Star Killer with puzzled expressions. But Nicholas only had a stunned expression on his face. This kind of Star Killer is rare, Thales thought in his heart. What happened? Thales could not help but ask, are they going to trap us here until we die? Nicholas suddenly snapped out of his daze. Let's go. The Star Killer raised his head and swept his gaze over everyone. We are safe. The secret room has retreated, he said in a flat tone and absent-mindedly, and for some reason, the people from Black Sand region did not appear. Raphael raised his eyebrows and walked forward. Why did she leave? The young man from the kingdom's secret intelligence department cautiously observed his surroundings and secretly held the hilt of his sword. Where is Caslin? Nicholas subconsciously let out a cold laugh. She let us go. The Star Killer shook his head. As for Caslin, I don't know. Thales was slightly stunned. Let us go? He stared blankly at the empty cave entrance and blinked, as if he could not believe it. How is this possible? Cohen slapped his head and looked serious. Oh, she let us go, but in the next moment, the police officer's expression changed drastically. What? He opened his mouth wide and his expression became exaggerated. Let us go? Cohen widened his eyes. What did you do? Nicholas raised his head and forced a disdainful smile. I showed her my handsome face. He looked at Cohen and mocked him coldly, then her heart softened. Cohen blinked his eyes in confusion and looked at Miranda and Raphael for help. Miranda raised her eyebrows. You don't know how to tell jokes, Your Grace. Miranda sighed. You don't have to force yourself. Nicholas' smile disappeared and he snorted coldly. Thales pursed his lips. He looked at Raphael's thoughtful expression and asked, What did you say to her? Nicholas raised his head and looked outside the cave entrance, at the northland sky. He exhaled with an indecipherable expression. His expression was subtle and complicated. We made a deal, the Star Killer said slowly. We made a deal. I offered a bargaining chip to the secret room in exchange for our freedom, he murmured in a low voice. Thales was shocked. Bargaining chip? What bargaining chip? What did Nicholas say to the Red Witch? What kind of price would make the secret room give up on the heir of Constellation and the heir of the Northern Territory? Give up on the Walton bloodline of Dragon Cloud City? But Nicholas only shook his head. A very big bargaining chip. A bargaining chip that he did not know whether it was good or bad. Nicholas thought in a daze. Chapter 223. When the group of people walked out of the secret tunnel, filled with doubts and uneasiness, Thales had a vague illusion that he had seen the light of day again. But whenever he thought of everything that happened in Dragon Cloud City, his mood seemed to be shrouded in a shadow. The assassination, conspiracy, and betrayal became more and more tainted, and he could not get rid of it. He was sent to put an end to the potential war between the two countries. But Nuven's head, which had rolled on the ground, and Lampard's rough and cold face appeared before Thales' eyes. He could not help but hold his breath. The second prince raised his head and looked at the grey Northland sky, but only felt even more lost. What's the next step? Miranda was still vigilantly looking around. In a remote and narrow corner of the city, the mottled stone wall was full of traces of time and weather. She turned to the Star Killer and said, "Your plan? To find the vassals who are still loyal to the Walton family?" But Nicholas only stared at his weapon with a serious expression. He turned a deaf ear to her words, as though he was still immersed in the negotiation with the Red Witch. The one who answered her was Raphael. Dragon Cloud City is still very dangerous, even for the Walton family's vassals. The young man from the Secret Intelligence Department frowned. We can't just show up like this. His Highness' safety is our first priority. It concerns the stability of Constellation, Wuxia interrupted and sighed. Right now, all the Northlanders in Dragon Cloud City are looking for him. In a few days, all of Exdet might join in. We are such a large group of people. Thales sighed. Ralph patted his shoulder. The latter shook his head at Wuxia with a stern gaze. Wuxia did not continue, but he still glanced at the white blade guards. His face was filled with deep worry. Thales felt many gazes on him, intentionally or unintentionally. He understood what Wuxia meant. These white blade guards were Northlanders after all. Maybe they had a common enemy, maybe their goals and interests were temporarily the same, but they were not on his side after all. Getting out of trouble and finding a chance to part ways with them, this was the safest thing to do. The common crisis made the Constellations and Northlanders temporarily work together. But after escaping danger, the tension of hostility seemed to have returned, it could be seen from their clear formation. And the reason the white blade guards are here. Thales turned his head and met Little Rascal's gaze. It was a pair of confused and nervous eyes that didn't know what to do. Thales was momentarily stunned. The silent Nicholas seemed to have finally snapped out of his daze. He raised his head, narrowed his eyes, and looked forward. We'll think about these things after we've settled down. The Star Killer exhaled a long breath. The people who will receive us will be here soon. Let's go to the shelter first. Thales frowned. Shelter? From the moment we arrived, this city has had a lot of opinions about the prince. Cohen also revealed a puzzled expression. Not to mention, after such a major incident, who can still protect us in Dragon Cloud City? Raphael shook his head, his expression deep. For some existences, no matter how big the matter is, it's just a dispute between mortals. Thales was instantly stunned. The next moment, a sturdy figure appeared at the corner ahead. The group immediately entered a state of alert. But Nicholas waved his hand and asked them to remove their guard. We're on the same side, the Star Killer said briefly, then glanced at the newcomer with a complicated expression. It was a burly man with a crew cut. Thales couldn't help but narrow his eyes, trying to see who it was. That person seems a little familiar, that's. Thales' heart skipped a beat. Shock and astonishment surged in his heart. Merc? The prince looked at the newcomer and could not help but call out his name in great shock and bewilderment. Lord Merc? The newcomer's expression froze slightly. The former king's administrator of Dragon Cloud City, the criminal exiled by King Nuvan himself in the Hall of Heroes, Lord Burn Merc walked towards them with a warrior's gait. He looked at the Prince of Constellation, who had witnessed the tragedy in the Hall of Heroes, with a complicated expression. His Majesty has stripped me of my position and title. You might as well change the way you address me. Merc exhaled and said in a low voice, Good day, Prince Thales. Many images surged into Thales' mind. Alex's twitching body and her limp hands. Merc's tearful confession as he knelt on the ground. King Nuvan's roar filled with hatred and pain. Merc held his daughter, who was no longer breathing, and staggered out of the hall absent-mindedly. You. Thales felt suffocated. He opened his mouth, but the words were cut off when they reached his lips. He saw Merc's gaze. The former administrator's expression was calm, but his eyes were a lifeless gray. It was as if there was nothing else in the world that could pique his interest. Thales suddenly thought of another pair of eyes, Black Sword's eyes. It was strange, but Thales had this feeling. The former king's administrator looked at Little Rascal behind Thales with a complicated gaze. Little Rascal did not seem to expect to see the former administrator here. She seemed to have remembered something and lowered her head subconsciously. Merc shut his mouth. His expression was gloomy, and he did not say a word. Nothing unexpected happened? Nicholas walked forward and clasped Merc's hand tightly before he released it. Merc shook his head but did not say a word. Please come with me. Merc looked at the group of people with a calm expression, turned around and walked back. Try to be quiet and respectful. Cohen looked at his surroundings, and doubts arose in his mind. There was no one around. The dilapidated walls and floor tiles, the unswept snow and withered branches looked like the backyard of a noble's house that had not been cleaned for many years. Respectful? The police officer exhaled and raised his head to look at a majestic stone house with only a small door. Speaking of which, what is this place? Miranda seemed to have noticed something. She raised her index finger to her lips and gestured for him to keep quiet. Just do as I say. Cohen raised his eyebrows and followed the group forward. Thales turned his head and looked at Nicholas anxiously. Why? The Star Killer's words were stuck in his throat. I know what you're thinking. Nicholas lowered his head. He looked at Merc's back with a subtle expression. Yes, King Nuvan exiled him, and, the Star Killer immediately raised his head. His gaze slowly became firm. But Burn Merc, he was, or at least was a White Blade guard. Thales frowned. He's still loyal to Walton? Nicholas shook his head. He's loyal to his creed. The Star Killer sighed. No one knew what he was thinking about. No matter what happens, this has never changed. This is also the reason why we, the White Blade guards, are here. Thales was slightly stunned. He remembered the scene when the 4 White Blade guards hugged each other's arms and surrounded him and Little Rascal under the crossbows of Black Sand region. He sighed softly. Thank you, Lord Nicholas. There was a barely discernible emotion in Thales' tone. And thank you, White Blade guards. Nicholas raised his eyebrows slightly. If you really want to thank me, strange boy, then return the favor. The Star Killer and Thales' gazes met in the air. One day, when you sit on the throne, then return the favor. Thales did not speak. He only smiled faintly and followed the group into the small door of the stone house. Be careful. Thales heard Waya whisper to Ralph from behind him. God knows what this place is, and God knows what's waiting for us in front. Ralph let out a muffled snort that was hard to decipher. It seemed to be a little disdainful. The stone house was very spacious. It seemed to be a large back hall, but the lights in the hall were dim. The lighting was not from the chandelier, but from the layers of portable everlasting lamps hanging on the wall. Thales could not adapt to the sudden darkness for a while. He widened his eyes and tried to see his surroundings clearly. There was a thick smell of lamp oil in the air. Thales thought, with this thick smell of eternal oil, it seems that the owner of this stone house is either rich or of high status. Raphael seemed to be very familiar with this place. He walked into the darkness ahead, and when he came out again, his hands were already covered with bandages and medicine. He casually tossed one of the rolls of bandages to the puzzled Cohen, and carefully handed a bottle of medicine to the stunned Miranda. Treat your wounds and recover as soon as possible. Raphael pointed at the wound on Cohen's body, which was tightened with his power of eradication. His expression was solemn. Our battle is not over yet. This is the sanctuary? What is this place? Waya narrowed his eyes and looked at the stone walls and floor tiles around him. His hand was still firmly on the hilt of his sword. Wait, I think I've seen buildings of this style before. At this moment, two figures appeared in the darkness ahead. Your Highness. A younger figure walked forward quickly. There was a smile on his face, and his voice was filled with uncontrollable excitement. Thank you, gods, for your safe return. Thales was stunned. You are Willow? It was the new recruit they brought with them at Broken Dragon Fortress. The one who was almost hanged as a deserter. Your Highness, you. The other figure, who was slightly more mature, sighed in relief. I knew it. The veteran Genid stared at Thales with a complicated gaze. I knew it. Thales looked at the two familiar people in the Constellation diplomat group and felt as if a shackle had been lifted from his heart. You. Thales looked at the group and thought of something. Where are the others? As soon as he finished speaking, another familiar voice came from the darkness ahead. Looks like everything went smoothly. Thales' heart trembled. He immediately blurted out, Putre. Under everyone's gazes, the experienced and knowledgeable vice diplomat of the Constellation diplomat group, Lord Nemain Putre, came before them. The thin man still held his pipe in his hand. He seemed very calm, but even though his pipe was filled with tobacco, it was not lit. Your Highness. Putre flashed a faint smile, but there was a hint of gratification in his tone. I'm very happy to see you return safely. Thales stared at his vice diplomat quietly. A few seconds later, he flashed a smile and exhaled. I'm also very happy to see you safe and sound. The prince let down his guard and said with a smile, Your Excellency. Putre nodded and turned to look at the young man from the Secret Intelligence Department. Were there any accidents in the gatehouse? The vice diplomat asked faintly. There were some accidents. Raphael's expression changed slightly. But, it's settled. Thales thought of something. Putre and the people from the Secret Intelligence Department, they seem to be very close? That's good. Putre looked at Nicholas and Merc and nodded slowly. Thank you for your hard work. Nicholas snorted coldly and turned to leave. Merc, on the other hand, nodded emotionlessly in response. Thales frowned. He's also very close to the White Blade Guards. Try to rest for a while. Putre did not care about the White Blade Guard's indifference. He forced himself to give the prince a meaningful smile. We still have a long journey ahead of us. Thales gave him a deep look and raised his eyebrows. At that moment, he had a lot of things to say and many questions to ask. The calamities, the dragon, Black Sword, Nuven's death, Lampard's conspiracy, Shadow Shield, the secret room schemes, the strangeness of the Secret Intelligence Department, the secrets of the White Blade Guards, but when these words reached the tip of his tongue, they stopped abruptly and turned into an empty sigh. Thales's expression darkened. Along with nervousness and apprehension, fatigue and drowsiness attacked him again. "It's not over yet, right?" The prince turned his head with a complicated expression and looked at Little Rascal, who was surrounded by the white blade guards. He said dejectedly, "This nightmare." Putre looked at him quietly and did not say a word. He could only sigh silently in his heart. "It will end," the vice diplomat said flatly. "A nightmare is also a dream." At this moment, a young girl dressed in a silver-white robe walked forward slowly. Her expression was solemn and respectful as she bowed slightly to the people of Constellation. Thales was slightly stunned. He saw the pattern on the girl's robe clearly, a crescent moon. "The High Priestess wants to see him," the girl said softly. Her voice was hollow and seemingly emotionless. Raphael raised his eyebrows. "Who?" The girl did not speak. She only quietly cast her gaze at the crowd. After a full 3 seconds, Thales realized that she was looking at him. "Why?" Putre frowned. "His Highness, the High Priestess request is God's will." The young girl turned to the side and raised her hand behind her in an inviting manner. Thales was immediately stunned. "Huh?" Perplexed, he asked the people around him, "What will it be?" Putre pursed his lips. He wanted to say something, but stopped. He seemed a little worried. But even without his explanation, Thales recognized this place. His eyes had already adapted to the dim light. He could barely see the walls on both sides, they were full of murals and reliefs. The direction the girl was pointing at was a huge stone statue surrounded by everlasting lamps. On the stone statue, there was a woman with an indifferent expression. She held her left shoulder with her right hand and pressed her right hip bone with her left hand. Behind the stone statue was a huge full moon, but there were arcs carved out of the moon's surface. It looked like it was expressing the layers of changes in the moon's phase. Thales was stunned. He recognized the stone statue. Thales knew what kind of place the sanctuary he was in was. In the next second, Thales' gaze was suddenly attracted by a slim figure under the stone statue. In front of the stone statue, a masked female figure stood quietly. She wore a silver robe, and the robe was embroidered with a crescent moon and a full moon. Just like the bright moon goddess statue, Thales also recognized the woman. It was the woman Thales had met once in the Hall of Heroes. The woman who had witnessed the duel between King Nuvan and Pofrit. The High Priestess of Bright Moon Temple, Jul Holm. She was quietly looking at Thales with a pair of beautiful, emotionless eyes behind her veil. Chapter 224. Thales did not know much about the gods. Most of it was limited to the 2 great temples in Eternal Star City, Sunset and Dark Night. The former's priests were compassionate but overbearing. Yes, these two could appear on the same person at the same time without contradicting each other, while the latter's believers were kind but neurotic. Yes, these two did not contradict each other. At least, this was Thales' perception. But this was his first time in Bright Moon's territory. Northland's Bright Moon Temple. Thales approached High Priestess Holm cautiously with a face full of suspicion. The statue behind the High Priestess was quite awe-inspiring when he looked at it up close, just like Rikuru's statue. On the altar, there were a few everlasting lamps surrounding the statue of the deity, slightly illuminating the dim room. The High Priestess' face was still hidden behind a veil. A pair of clear eyes stared at Thales with a strange color. Her emotions were unclear. Thales felt a little uneasy when he was stared at by those clear eyes. He turned his head subconsciously, only to see Putre, Nicholas, Merc, and the rest retreating to other rooms. Little Rascal was dragged into another room by the white blade guards, occasionally turning her head to look at him. "All right. Looks like it's just me and her." Thales turned his head back and took a deep breath, preparing to face the mysterious priestess. But when he looked up, he saw the bright moon goddess statue behind High Priestess Holm. The bright moon goddess' emotionless stone eyes seemed to be staring somewhere else, indifferent to everything around her. It was completely different from the sunset goddess statue in Eternal Star City. Thales still remembered the scene when he snuck into Sunset Temple to beg. He once stuck his head out from the steps of the altar to look around, and he was shocked by the statue of the goddess. The eyes of the sunset goddess seemed to be vigilant all the time, closely watching every person who saw her statue. Of course, Sunset Temple was much grander than this shabby. Thales observed the decorations around him and could not help but stick out his tongue. Bright moon altar. You are confused. Thales was startled and suddenly realized that High Priestess Holm was talking to him. The High Priestess' tone was almost the same as when she presided over a duel. Her voice was ethereal and emotionless. Holm's eyes were still locked on him. Compared to the High Priestess Wuxia of the Sunset Temple, this High Priestess lacked an overbearing aura. Instead, she had a unique aura of quietness and hibernation. Thales opened his mouth slightly. With countless questions in his heart, he answered tentatively, "I am indeed so." High Priestess Holm did not speak. She continued to stand quietly under the bright moon god statue. Her temperament and the atmosphere of the god statue behind her actually matched very well. Thales frowned. His eyes darted around the altar, and he could not help but say, actually, he could not go on. Holm interrupted him coldly. Have you ever seen a god? Thales raised an eyebrow. Oh my god. He really wasn't in the mood to discuss this right now. Outside the temple, Lampard, the Walton family, Extet, and Constellation had a whole lot of trouble waiting for him. When he thought of this, Thales sighed. I'm sorry, but the High Priestess did not seem to want him to speak. Since an unknown period of history, when all living beings in the mortal world began to compete with each other for their own insignificant lives, the concept of gods has existed in the minds of mortals, Holmes said flatly. Thales was slightly stunned. What? High Priestess Holmes' eyes shone with the color of clear water, and her voice was tranquil and natural. In the history of the mortal world, the first batch of gods were closely related to the images in the hearts of mortals, she said softly. Holy Sun, Bright Moon, Dark Night, Mountains, Sea Shepherd, Harvest, Desert. Thales' eyelids twitched. From the mysterious temple to the legend spoken by the people, he had heard a few of them. These gods do not have their own names. They do not have names that can be called by the mortals, and they do not have names that can be understood by the mortals, the High Priestess said slowly, but her next sentence took a turn. But do these gods really exist? Thales was shocked. What the hell? In the face of the High Priestess' baffling question, he looked at the stone statue and the altar behind the High Priestess, then at the High Priestess veil. He was a little troubled about how to answer and how to quickly escape. If I remember correctly, you are the priestess of the goddess behind me, Thales said awkwardly, grabbing his hair. And for you to ask me this question, it is a little, there is no conflict, Holmes said flatly. Thales raised his eyebrows and revealed a puzzled expression. High Priestess Holm turned her head and glanced at the stone statue behind her. The gods that mortals believe in and the gods themselves are not the same thing. Huh? Thales was stunned again. The gods they believe in are not the same as the real gods? Should this be something a high priestess, or even a high priestess, the spokesperson of the gods in the world should say? Why does it sound so reactionary? High Priestess Holmes said softly, have you ever wondered why the bright moon behind me has the image of a human? Thales' eyebrows twitched slightly. He looked at the stone statue behind Holm. The goddess' expression was still cold and indifferent. Why? He asked involuntarily. Holmes' veil trembled slightly. As she spoke, it vibrated. Do you know the bright god? The bright god? Thales thought of something. Wait, I've heard of this name. Holm did not let him continue. The supreme god of light, Lo Sophia. The head priestess of the Bright Moon Divine Hall said indifferently, she was once the only true god recognized by the entire empire, the creator of the world, the supreme god among gods. It wasn't the earliest recorded god in the mortal world, but it was certainly the most widely spread god among the humans. When the war between the humans and the orcs broke out, its name was sung among the first batch of human believers of the god. For 1,000 years, until the ancient empire disappeared and completely collapsed, the rise and fall of the bright god church was interspersed in human history, witnessing the independence, unification, and expansion of humans. Thales listened to Holmes' history lesson in embarrassment. He was a little dazed. Usually, he would be very curious and interested. But now, God. Is there a better way to politely express something like, I'm hanging up, or, I'm going offline, face to face? High Priestess Holm did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She only continued to speak. That's why humans look like gods. She did not seem to care about Thales' embarrassment at all. She continued to speak, that's why humans look like gods. She lowered her head and looked at Thales. Do you believe it? Thales was startled again. He shrugged. As he thought of a reason to escape, he answered perfunctorily, I don't know. However, the other party did not seem to want him to answer. The truth is, when the bright god church fell apart with the fall of the ancient empire, the glory of the supreme bright god gradually dimmed. Holmes' voice gradually became softer, as though she was brewing a wave of emotions. Even humans themselves rarely mentioned the existence of the bright god. The high priestess shook her head slowly. She seemed to be a little mocking and emotional. If gods really exist, if they really are the creator of all things in the world, why would they allow such a thing to happen? Thales frowned slightly. So, gods don't exist? He spread his hands and asked tentatively, all the gods are imagined by the believers? Alright, it's a very interesting point of view. I understand. I still have something to do, so I'll first, but Holm interrupted his attempt to stop the conversation again. You're not listening to me. Thales shrugged helplessly. Alright, but is it really okay to talk about these things to a child? High Priestess Holm shook her head and said flatly, you and I both know that you're not a child. This simple sentence suddenly made Thales nervous. The High Priestess continued softly, do not look down on something just because it is inconspicuous or not related to the current priority. From the moment you embarked on your journey, every inconspicuous detail could be an opportunity to dominate your future, the statue, the dagger, the shawl, the fangs, the brooch, the messenger crow, the statue, the glasses, the bloodline. High Priestess Holm narrowed her eyes. Every detail. I believe you have a deep feeling about this. Thales frowned. He sensed something unusual from the High Priestess' words. 3 seconds later, Thales sighed helplessly. I really don't have time. We're still running for our lives, aren't we? But, so, he asked weakly, what is a god? Holm raised her head slowly and stared at the stone statue behind her. The gods that believers believe in are only their own gods. Alright. If I really have to ramble on and on about these things, Thales took a deep breath. The second prince raised his head, braced himself, and said seriously to the High Priestess, so, the real gods are different from the gods in faith? Is this what you want to say? Holm did not speak. She only stared at Thales quietly. Thales returned her gaze, trying his best not to think about his current predicament and problem. It was very strange. During the process of meeting the High Priestess' gaze, the heavy feeling in his heart slowly dissipated. A few seconds later, Holm spoke softly. Mortals often use their own limited imagination to understand the gods in their hearts. There seemed to be a kind of magic in the High Priestess' eyes that attracted Thale's gaze. Those are the gods that they look forward to, fear, loathe, revere, love, and worship. At that moment, Thales had the illusion that the High Priestess' eyes were shining. According to what they know, mortals endow the gods in their hearts with all kinds of existences and definitions, from their images to their actions, from their deeds to their personalities, from their birth to their end. They even give them names similar to mortals. Holm narrowed her eyes slightly. With one hand on her shoulder and the other on her hip, she struck a pose similar to that of the goddess behind her. For example, Errol. Thales frowned slightly. So, he stared at the statue behind the High Priestess. Curiosity welled up in his heart. Does the bright moon goddess have a name? Are there other gods? Sunset? Dark night? Master of mountains? Holmes shook her head slowly. To be given a mortal name by mortals in the hearts of the people, and then be called out by the mouths of the people in unison, this is a connection with extraordinary significance. In the known records and long history, only 2 gods have accepted, or rather, been willing to accept this connection. Holm continued, they are also the gods who are most deeply involved with the world of mortals. They are even used to name the world of mortals. Thales was stunned again. A mortal name that is called out by the people is an extraordinary connection? For some reason, at that moment, he suddenly remembered Asda's words, when you become a mystic and find your own name of origin. Mortal name. Thales' eyelids twitched. Why do they all emphasize the importance of names? His curiosity was suddenly piqued. 2 gods with names, mortal names? The second prince scratched his head. All right, one of them is Errol. I know this, it's the Errol world. Then, who is the other one? You are not listening to me, High Priestess Holm repeated coldly. She had no intention of satisfying his curiosity. Thales narrowed his eyes. But this time, in front of the High Priestess, the prince felt as if he was being lectured by a teacher. Why are you so stupid? Before he could react, Holm had already continued to speak. Mortals portray gods in their own image because that is the scope of what mortals know, the High Priestess said flatly. Faith is born amidst countless feelings of love and hate. People who believe in gods gather in groups, connect with each other, resonate with each other, entrust their hearts to each other. Churches, temples, altars, and rituals are built one after another. Holm raised her hand and gestured at the temples around her. Just like that, formless faith becomes a tangible existence. The communication between the gods and mortals completed the first cycle of reincarnation. Thales furrowed his brows and listened to High Priestess Holm. Why does the bright moon goddess have such an appearance? The High Priestess returned to her original topic. It is not because God created humans in her own image, but because the people who believe in her look like this. But perhaps you need to understand. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with fierceness. Gods are gods, and faith is faith. The former is in God, and the latter is in humans. Thales thought of something. Wait a minute, you mean? Thales pondered over the High Priestess' words and said slowly, so, gods exist independently, and the gods in the believers' hearts are imagined by themselves? Holm did not answer him directly. High Priestess Holm's eyes shone with a strange emotion. At the beginning of faith, mortals were used to categorizing things they could not understand into the category of gods. They only needed to understand the existence of gods, and then hand over the things they could not understand to the gods to solve. It is as if by believing in the existence of gods, they can solve those incomprehensible puzzles. This is precisely the biggest problem. Thales raised his eyebrows. He did not quite understand her intentions. High Priestess Holm stared straight into Thales' eyes. Gods are obviously things that mortals cannot understand. But mortals think that they understand gods. From the beginning to the end, they believe in gods with shallow thinking, and rely on gods to create gods. This is where the contradiction lies. Thales exhaled and shrugged. Are you trying to say that the existence of God surpasses the understanding of mortals? High Priestess Holmes' veil moved slightly, giving Thales the illusion that she was smiling. Or conversely, the understanding of mortals surpasses the existence of gods. High Priestess Holmes sighed softly. She closed her eyes and said slowly, mortals always judge gods with their own poor thinking. Because of their short lifespans, they imagine gods to be eternal and immortal existences. Because of their weak power, they presume gods to be existences with unparalleled power. Because they think of themselves as a member of the multitude of living beings, they imagine gods to be stronger and of a higher level than them. Under Thales' gaze, Holmes suddenly opened her eyes. Her speech gradually sped up. The problem is, eternity, power, life, these mortal things, if gods are indeed beyond the understanding of mortals and stand in a different perspective, then do they really care about these things? Do they care about faith? Do they care about believers? Do they care about power and eternity? In fact, do they even care about whether they exist or not? Thales watched Holmes finish her words in puzzlement, but he did not want to interrupt her. I'm not a god, am I? Thales scratched his head and sighed. But in the myths, Errol sacrificed himself to save the world, didn't he? He said with a headache, the god of dark night always descends to the mortal world. The master of mountains even asked his believers to help those in the day before the bitter cold winter. Thales did not continue. Because he saw Holmes smiling. Despite the veil, Thales could somehow recognize that the high priestess of Bright Moon Temple was smiling faintly. Where did you hear these words? The high priestess asked softly, as if she was afraid of waking up a sleeping child. Of course. Thales exhaled, but he was immediately stunned and his words stopped at the tip of his tongue. He mumbled, the temple, and the rumors. Thales raised his head and asked tentatively, but this is the understanding of mortals, right? The real gods, perhaps far beyond our imagination, are another kind of existence. Holmes inhaled slowly. Her veil trembled slightly. Believers always exist before their gods. Only then can they believe in gods that belong to them alone, she said faintly. Thales frowned again. He thought of something. High Priestess Holmes, he said tentatively, you are the spokesperson of the Bright Moon Goddess. You have also prayed, communicated with God, and conveyed God's will, right? Holmes did not answer. Thales slowly lifted the corners of his mouth and asked cautiously, if, as you say, gods are truly those incomprehensible existences, then why did she respond to you? Holmes slowly raised her eyes. Her clear pupils were like a light source that shone straight into Thales' heart. Oh. High Priestess Holmes' thin veil moved slightly, and her clear voice came from behind. It was a rhetorical question. Did she respond? Thales was completely stunned. High Priestess Holmes slowly turned to face the stone statue of the Bright Moon Goddess and the altar. Only then did Thales notice that in the center of the altar, there was a special eternal oil lamp. It shone with silver flames. Thales' heart skipped a beat. There are flames of this color? Thales stared at the priestess back in confusion. The doubts in his heart grew. Why? He could not help but ask, why are you saying these things? The existence of gods? Holmes shook her head slowly. Last night, you made your first choice. Choice? Last night's choice, last night, Thales' breathing slowed down without him realizing it. But one day, the high priestess of the Bright Moon Goddess said slowly, you may face an important choice again, perhaps even a choice. Choice? Face an important choice again, what? What does all this mean? High Priestess Holmes' back seemed to contain a mysterious power. Her voice traveled slowly and was extremely clear. When that time comes, when you stand at an angle and height that no existence can imagine, and think with a mind that transcends mortals, you may recall what I said today. Thales's heart felt as if it had been struck by lightning. A mind that transcends mortals. At that moment, Thales recalled the moment when he'd knocked on the door. That experience, an experience that seemed like a dream. That delusion that he was the world. That languid and contented feeling that everything was not within his attention. At this second, as he stared at Holmes' mysterious back, Thales was truly a little afraid. His arms began to tremble. How did she know? What does she know? What does she intend to do? Thales' breathing became faster and more urgent. Finally, he could no longer suppress the fear and doubts in his heart. He blurted out, "Why, High Priestess Holm? What do you mean? What do you want? Whether it's the sanctuary or, all these words today, what are they all for?" "Why me?" he said loudly. In front of the altar, High Priestess Holm slowly turned her head. Under the illumination of the silver light, her veil emitted a brilliant light. He was like a god from the legends. Because Holmes' gaze shone with a different brilliance. "An old friend asked me to take care of you." Thales seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. The impulse in his heart compelled him to get to the bottom of it. "Old friend?" The second prince lost his composure and asked loudly, "Who?" "He believes that you are different." But High Priestess Holm only sighed and did not reveal the answer. "He believes that you will do better. He has sacrificed too much. Don't let him down." Thales froze on the spot. "I'm different? And next time, call me Jewel," High Priestess Jewel Holm said softly. "In comparison, I prefer this name." "You can go now," High Priestess Holm said flatly with her back facing him. "Be careful of your choices." In the next second, the High Priestess closed her mouth. No matter how Thales asked, she did not speak again. A few minutes later, Thales finally left the altar absent-mindedly. Only Jewel was left standing quietly in front of the altar and the statue. After a while, Jewel slowly raised her head. "I'm watching him." High Priestess Jewel Holm, who was standing under the bright moon goddess statue, looked up at the bright moon goddess in a silver robe and veil, and said calmly, "I warned him, right?" On the altar, the bright moon goddess' expression was still cold. She did not move. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.